Chapter 290. Snatching the Star Ignite. To be able to go from a 6th floor to the 7th floor in such a short period of time, it's impossible for an advanced grade 3 arcanist to do so. Even advanced grade 3 arcanist would have a hard time on the 6th floor. It's only possible for a perfected grade 3 mental energy to reach the 7th floor in such a short period of time. This Suyang is really not simple. Looking around at the empty surroundings, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He coldly snorted and muttered to himself, "The strength of a perfected grade 3 arcanist? This Suyang is probably hiding deeper than me. However, with 81 strands of mental energy, I'm not afraid." As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward. His Niwen palace frantically spun out. Strands of mental energy, like swimming dragons, burst forth and surrounded Zhuowen's body, forming layer after layer of solid mental energy barriers. A total of 27 strands of mental energy, like bricks piling up a house, form an unfathomable mental energy barrier around Zhuowen's body. It forcibly resisted the mental energy pressure of the 6th floor. After that, Zhuowen strode towards the stairs of the 7th floor. He couldn't let Suyang beat him to it. On the 7th floor, a figure slowly walked unsteadily. His steps were heavy but steady. Bean-sized droplets of sweat continuously dripped down, almost forming small puddles around his feet. This figure was Suyang. With his perfected grade 3 mental energy, Suyang passed through the 6th floor without any obstacles. After all, the mental energy pressure on the 6th floor was only at the perfected grade 3 arcanist. With his current strength, passing through was naturally not difficult. Glancing behind him, Suyang coldly laughed and muttered to himself, "No one would have thought that I've already broken through to the perfected grade 3 arcanist realm. No one can stop me from becoming the final champion in this arcana ceremony." However, the mental energy pressure on the 7th floor is really terrifying. Although it's not at the level of a grade 4 arcanist, I'm afraid it's comparable to the mental energy pressure of a half-step 4th arcanist. With my current strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to reach the 8th floor. However, with that thing, I'll have a lot more confidence in reaching the 8th floor. Suyang muttered as he walked. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation spread out like a ripple on the 7th floor. Then, light footsteps slowly sounded on the empty 7th floor. The sudden fluctuation and the resounding footsteps caused Suyang's pupils to shrink. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. He really couldn't imagine who else would have the strength to reach the 7th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower in this arcana ceremony. As he turned around abruptly, a slender figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, Suyang's pupils shrank again until they were as small as needles. Under his gaze, the figure that had just appeared at the entrance raised his head slightly, revealing a slightly delicate and pretty face. How is this possible? Zhuowen, how could you possibly have the strength to come to the 7th floor? Suyang finally couldn't hold back the shock in his heart and cried out loudly. What? Can I come to the 7th floor? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into an arc. His eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he sneered. What a strange kid. His mental energy is clearly only at the advanced 3rd level, but he was able to reach the 7th floor. However, this is good too. I'll get rid of you here and save myself the trouble of making a move later. After calming down, Suyang's lips curled into a cold smile. He stared coldly at Zhuowen, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. That's right. If I were to cripple you right here, your master would probably not say anything about it. After all, there are no restrictions on fighting in the Arcana Tower. As long as I don't kill you, no one can say anything. Zhuowen nodded seriously and said calmly, What a reckless fellow. You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant. Suyang's face immediately turned gloomy. With a thought, an extremely powerful mental energy rushed directly towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. The 27 mental barriers around his body instantly split into whips and entangled the mental energy that was heading straight for him. Boom! The mental energy released by Suyang was instantly entangled by Zhuowen's 27 mental energy whips. As expected, you have some skills. However, you're still not qualified to be my opponent. Su Yang let out a cold snort and took a step forward. Then, his powerful spiritual energy surged out. Boundless mental energy immediately intertwined and outlined a fixed path in a 30-feet radius around Su Yang. In an instant, a strange formation had been formed around Su Yang. Within the formation, there were countless spiral-shaped, needle-like objects that continuously revolved around Su Yang. Formation of eternal creation. Zhuowen frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had obtained this inherited level secret spirit skill from Su Qi. Now that he saw Su Yang use it, Zhuowen recognized it at a glance. Let me borrow your words from before. I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. Su Yang sneered. With a light stomp of his foot, the countless spiral-shaped objects surrounding his body suddenly whooshed out like raindrops. Cripple me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Zhuowen sneered. Suddenly, a blazing temperature rose around his body. Then, endless thunder fire emerged from his body and turned into a shield of thunder and fire in front of him. Bang! 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 Countless spiral-shaped objects rustled and landed on the fire shield. Immediately, slight ripples appeared on the surface of the fire shield. However, they didn't break through the defense of the fire shield. Nine Heavens, Thunder Inferno? I forgot that you also have Earth Fire. However, I'd like to see if your Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno is more powerful than my Star Inferno. Seeing that the formation of eternal creation was blocked, Su Yang narrowed his eyes. Unwilling to be outdone, he stomped his foot and star-like flames surged out from his body. Then, they turned into a huge fire snake that suddenly pounced toward Zhuowen. Seeing the fire snake formed by the Star Inferno pouncing over, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. There was even a trace of joy in the depths of his eyes. I've been waiting for you to release the Star Inferno. Xiaohei, take out the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron and keep the Star Inferno. I'll help you block Su Yang's attack. Zhuowen softly muttered. Then he patted his Chinquan bag and took out a palm-sized round cauldron. At the same time, a black shadow scuttled out from between Zhuowen's brows. Then, a Xiaohei dog stood on Zhuowen's shoulder with its hands behind its back. Then, it hooked its paw and directly grabbed the small round cauldron. With a mischievous smile, it said, "You can rest assured when this dragon lord handles things." Zhuowen glanced at Xiaohei suspiciously. Then he stomped his foot and focused on controlling the 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno outside his body to block the incoming Star Inferno. Rumble. When the two powerful earth flames collided, countless sparks instantly erupted. A loud, ear-piercing rumble suddenly erupted in the entire 7th floor. The powerful force even caused the surrounding air to explode. After blocking the Star Inferno, Zhuowen turned his head and shouted at Xiaohei on his shoulder. Xiaohei, take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Got it, Xiaohei lazily replied. Then, its expression suddenly turned serious. With a flick of its paw, the round cauldron in its hand instantly expanded to dozens of feet in size. The 9-wheel burning sky cauldron was a 3-legged round cauldron. Its golden exterior emitted a dazzling light. At the bottom of the cauldron, there were 9 large fire vents with 2 different colored flames burning. These 2 flames were the origin flames of the 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno and the 3,000 Jade Lotus Flame. Keep it for this Dragon Lord. Xiaohei's paw suddenly slapped the 3rd fire vent from the right to the left. The 9-wheel burning sky cauldron immediately trembled and emitted a low, buzzing sound. Then, an extremely powerful suction force was continuously transmitted from within. On the other side, after Zhuowen took out the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, Su Yang faintly felt that something was wrong. Now, the powerful suction force that suddenly came from the fire vent of the round cauldron was actually faintly sucking in the Star Inferno that he had unleashed. He immediately felt that something was wrong. What is this thing of yours? It can actually absorb my Star Inferno? Su Yang could not help but exclaim, "Your Star Inferno? It will soon be mine. Xiaohei, be quick. Directly suck out the Star Inferno origin from this fellow's body." Zhuowen revealed a cold smile as he spoke to Xiaohei beside him. This Dragon Lord has never made a mistake. Brat, watch carefully. Xiao Hei waved its paw, and an ink-black energy was injected into the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. The other 8 fire vents at the bottom of the round cauldron actually produced an extremely powerful suction force. In an instant, the star inferno that was originally in a deadlock with the 9 heavens thunder inferno was sucked over. Damn it! You want my star inferno? Don't even think about it. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Su Yang's forehead. However, he still did his best to control the star inferno so that it would not be sucked away by the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. You better take care of yourself first. Your star inferno is destined to change owners today. A clear voice suddenly rang out not far from Su Yang. Then, an extremely hot aura swept over. Su Yang tilted his head to look and saw that Zhuan was wrapped in the 9 heavens thunder inferno. It was as if the 9 heavens thunder inferno was descending from the heavens. It ferociously descended towards Su Yang's head. The whip leg that was filled with intertwining lightning and fire was already accumulating power as it smashed towards Su Yang's head. If Su Yang did not dodge, he would most likely be hit by Zhuan's whip leg and might even lose his life. However, if he dodged, his star inferno would really be completely sucked over by the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Damn it! Zhuan, you bastard, remember this. With a roar, Su Yang unwillingly leaped and directly dodged Zhuan's whip leg that was sweeping down. In the end, Su Yang still chose his life. Rumble. Like a meteorite, the whip leg heavily smashed into the ground with lightning and fire, causing the ground to shatter. Like a spider web, the cracks spread several feet in all directions. Whoosh! The suction force of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron suddenly increased, and in one breath, it completely pulled out the star inferno from Su Yang's body. Pucci. Chapter 291. Su Yang, who had suffered a crushing defeat. Zhuan, you will regret this. Su Yang's expression was extremely gloomy as he watched the star flame being absorbed by the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. His eyes were filled with dense, killing intent. Regret. Even the star flame has been absorbed by me. Do you think you still have the qualifications to criticize me? Zhuan coldly laughed as he glanced at Su Yang indifferently. Buzz. At the same time, the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron finally absorbed all of the star flame. The cauldron trembled and emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Then, it shrank to the size of a palm and entered Zhuan's palm. Zhuan could feel the intense undulations from the struggling star ignition flame in the 3rd fire vent of the 9-wheel burning heaven cauldron in his palm. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. He knew that as long as he could completely refine the star ignition flame, the pressure of the 9-wheel burning heaven cauldron would probably rise to another level. Kid, it was all thanks to this Dragon Lord's help that you were able to subdue the star flame. Xiao Hei returned to Zhuan's shoulder and said smugly as he raised his head. Yes, thank you very much for this time. You can go back first. I will deal with this, Su Yang. Zhuan said with a faint smile as he nodded slightly. Xiao Hei did not say anything. He nodded and directly turned into a black light that entered the depths of Zhuan's forehead. Looking at the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron that had finished absorbing the star flame, Su Yang's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Zhuan with resentment and said, Zhuan, you forced me to do this. Originally, I planned to use that thing to enter the 8th level. Now I have no choice but to use it. As he spoke, Su Yang suddenly patted his chinquin bag. An intense white light shot out and a transparent octahedral crystal appeared in Su Yang's palm. Zhuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Su Yang to be so confident even though he had taken away the star flame in his body. However, when Zhuan saw the octahedral crystal in Su Yang's palm, his expression suddenly changed and his eyes narrowed. Grade 4 Origin Crystal, Dazzling God Crystal. You actually have such a precious origin crystal on you? Zhuan's face sank, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The brilliant God Crystal was a 4th grade origin crystal, and its main function was to increase an Arcana Master's mental strength by 50% for a short period of time. Its function was quite similar to the Blood Chi Crystal, But the main function of the blood chi crystal was to increase martial strength, while the brilliant god crystal increased mental strength. Moreover, there were no side effects after using the brilliant god crystal. This dazzling god crystal is enough to raise my consciousness to the level of a half-step 4th rank Arcana Master. So what if you have Earth Fire? In front of great power, you're just an ant-like existence. The coldness in Su Yang's eyes became even more intense. Then, he directly crushed the brilliant god crystal. Immediately, the fragments of the origin crystal turned into countless transparent energies in the air and poured into Su Yang's body like a river entering the sea. Boom! In an instant, a huge pressure, like a 10,000-meter-tall mountain, came crashing down with a rumble. The powerful mental strength even forced the 7th floor's mental strength to retreat. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yang, who was bursting with powerful mental strength not far from him. A grave expression appeared on his face. Just as Su Yang had said, after using the brilliant god crystal, his mental strength had far surpassed that of a perfect 3rd-rank Arcana Master. It was probably comparable to a half-step 4th-rank Arcana Master. Zhuowen, Su Yang's things are never so easy to take. If you take my things, then you have to be prepared to die. Countless amounts of mental energy enveloped Su Yang's entire body like a hurricane. His feet slowly floated in the air as he indifferently looked down at Zhuowen. Prepared to die? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Do you really think that you can kill me after using the brilliant god crystal? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a sneer as he said indifferently, "You're still so arrogant, even when you're about to die. You really don't know what's good for you. Go to hell." Su Yang shouted, and the powerful mind power that surrounded him suddenly condensed into a huge long sword in front of him. Swoosh! The long sword, which seemed to be real, cut through the sky. Along the way, there were countless explosions, almost tearing the air apart. Then I'll see how powerful your mental strength is after using the brilliant god crystal. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. He gently stomped his feet, and the 27 mental strength around him immediately turned into 27 mental barriers. Boom, boom, boom. The mental strength sword was like a hot knife through butter. When it came into contact with the mental barriers in front of Zhuowen, it only paused for a moment. Then, it directly pierced through without stopping. In the blink of an eye, it had directly pierced through 20 mental barriers. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He did not expect the mental strength sword to be so powerful. In an instant, it had pierced through 20 mental barriers. You do have some skill. With a cold snort, Zhuowen stomped his feet on the ground and directly flew back. At the same time, the remaining 7 mental barriers that were bitterly holding on in front of him shattered inch by inch. Want to escape? No way. Seeing the figure continuously retreating, Su Yang's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a thought, the mental strength sword in the air immediately buzzed. Then, it cut through the sky and once again rushed toward Zhuowen. Its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Seeing the mental strength sword rushing towards him, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. With a thought, his Naiwan palace once again started to crazily rotate. Then, an even more powerful mental strength gushed out. Like countless fish jumping out of the water, the mental strength appeared in front of Zhuowen. This time, Zhuowen released a total of 54 mental strength. 54 mental strength formed a thick mental barrier in front of Zhuowen. Layer after layer, it appeared incomparably thick. Boom! The mental strength sword once again collided with the mental barrier. However, this time, the mental strength sword did not easily pierce through the mental barrier like before. Instead, it became incomparably sluggish. How is this possible? This guy's mental strength has actually increased. How'd he do it? Seeing the mental strength sword that was suddenly blocked, Su Yang's eyes widened, and he could not help but frown. Break for me! With a loud shout, the 54 mental strength in front of Zhuowen suddenly compressed. It actually directly crushed the mental strength sword that pierced through it, turning it into nothingness. Why is this guy's mental strength so strange? It's clearly only at the advanced 3rd grade mental strength. Why is it so powerful? Even my mental strength sword was broken. Su-Yang could no longer hide the shock on his face and exclaimed, Su-Yang, die for me. Just as Su-Yang fell into a state of shock, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Then, a figure suddenly rushed towards Su-Yang like a ghost. Along the way, it turned into countless afterimages, causing Su-Yang to feel dazzled. Oomph. Even though he's a little strange, he's still only a peak 3rd rank Arcana Master. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for me. The difference between a half-step 4th rank Arcana Master and a peak 3rd rank Arcana Master is like the difference between heaven and earth. Looking at the figure that rushed straight towards him, Su-Yang coldly snorted. With a thought, the mental strength around him like a hurricane suddenly surrounded his entire body, directly turning into a thick mental barrier that was like a tortoise's shell. Boom! 54 mental strength directly poured into the mental barrier in front of Su-Yang. It actually only caused the latter's mental barrier to shake a little. After that, there was no other movement. Zhuowen, although I don't know why you, advanced 3rd grade Arcanist, have so much mental strength in your body, but even if that's the case, so what? You still can't break through my consciousness barrier. That's the difference between a high-tier Arcana and a low-tier Arcana. Su-Yang laughed loudly, his expression full of mockery. If 54 isn't enough, then 81. I don't believe that I can't completely destroy your mental barrier, even if I increase my mental strength to 81. Zhuowen's face did not look flustered and exasperated. Instead, he said rather calmly, 54? 81? At this time, Su-Yang was a little confused. However, just as he was puzzled, he was surprised to find that the mental strength in Zhuowen's body in front of him had skyrocketed again. His mental strength was actually much stronger than before. This guy can actually continue to increase the strength of his mental strength. How'd he do it? At this time, Su-Yang's face was as if he had seen a ghost. He could only stare blankly at the young man in front of him. 81 mental strength almost turned into an invisible giant mountain in midair. With unparalleled power, it fiercely smashed on the mental barrier in front of Su-Yang with a rumbling sound. Kacha! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, Su-Yang's pupils shrank as he found that the surface of the mental barrier in front of him was gradually showing traces of cracks. Finally, it completely shattered with a bang. Accompanied by countless mental fragments, Zhuowen's powerful mental strength finally fiercely smashed on Su-Yang's body. Puchi! Fresh blood gushed out from Su-Yang's mouth like a faucet that was not turned on properly. Then, his body was like a kite with a broken string, fiercely flying backward and finally landing on the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of Su-Yang. Zhuowen lifted his foot and stepped on Su-Yang's chest. He bent down and hooked his right hand, taking the Chinquan bag from Su-Yang's waist. With a mocking look in his eyes, he said, "There's a restriction set by your master in the Chinquan bag, right? Break this restriction." Until now, Su-Yang still could not believe that he was defeated so easily. Moreover, he was defeated by the young man Zhuowen, whom he did not pay much attention to from the beginning. This made the arrogant him feel extremely sullen in his heart. "You want my Chinquan bag? Don't even think about it." Su-Yang looked at Zhuowen with a venomous gaze and said coldly, "Not breaking? Then you can go to hell." His gaze suddenly turned cold. Zhuowen's mental strength suddenly condensed into a sharp arrow and fiercely shot towards the center of Su-Yang's eyebrows. Seeing that the mental arrow was getting closer and closer, Su-Yang's heart suddenly jumped. He could not help but shout, "Don't kill me. I will help you break the restriction." Whoosh! Chapter 292. 8th floor. With a toss of his right hand, Zhuowen threw the Chinquan bag to Su-Yang as he coldly said, "Hurry up and break the seal on the Chinquan bag. Don't play any tricks, or I'll kill you immediately." Su-Yang's face was filled with grievance. However, after sensing Zhuowen's murderous gaze, he could only sigh. He bit his thumb and formed a seal with both hands, drawing a strange array on the surface of the Chinquan bag. Only after the fresh blood had completely entered the Chinquan bag did Su Yang throw it back to Zhuowen. However, his face was filled with unwillingness. After receiving the Chinquan bag, Zhuowen discovered that the seal on the surface had indeed been broken. Joy involuntarily appeared on his face as he directly used his mental energy to investigate the situation inside. After a while, when Zhuowen withdrew his mental energy, a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. Su Yang's Chinquan bag contained quite a number of crystals, and even 3 grade 3 yuan arrays. It could be said that Su Yang's value was much higher than Su Qi's. Zhuowen made a rough estimate. The value of Su Yang's Chinquan bag was equivalent to over 200,000 Emperor Yuan pills. This was a huge sum of money. Arcana masters are indeed extremely wealthy. Su Yang is merely a grade 3 Arcana master, but the value of the Chinquan bag on him has already exceeded the value of the Emperor Yuan pills I obtained from the ancient cave. Zhuowen could not help but click his tongue as he weighed the Chinquan bag in his hand. Zhuowen, can you let me go now? Su Yang glanced at Zhuowen and somewhat cautiously said, if Zhuowen still wanted to kill him after taking the Chinquan bag, he would have really suffered a double loss. Scram! Zhuowen suddenly kicked Su Yang's chest. Su Yang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew dozens of meters away. On the other hand, Zhuowen directly walked towards the stairs. Su Yang, who was rolling on the ground, suddenly trembled as he viciously glared at Zhuowen's back. However, after witnessing Zhuowen's methods, he no longer dared to speak harshly. However, when he saw Zhuowen directly walking towards the stairs to the 8th floor, a mocking smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, although it was rather unbelievable that Zhuowen could defeat him, the mental energy pressure on the stairs to the 8th floor was much stronger than other places. He did not think that even Zhuowen could successfully ascend it. Arriving in front of the stairs, Zhuowen's eyes focused as he stared at the stairs that were formed purely from the interweaving of countless mental energy. His expression turned grave. He knew that, as long as he ascended the stairs, he would be able to become the champion of this arcane ceremony. As for the grade 4 origin formation placed on the 8th level, it naturally belonged to him. Stomp! Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen suddenly lifted his foot and stepped on the first step. Suddenly, a mountain-like pressure poured down, causing Zhuowen to almost lose his balance. Completely suppress it for me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The mental energy around Zhuowen suddenly surged, blocking the erosion of the mental energy pressure on the stairs. Then, Zhuowen fiercely stomped his foot and finally stepped on the first step. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The moment he took the first step, Zhuowen lifted his foot again. He actually took 7 consecutive steps on the stairs and directly stepped on the 7th step. Boom! On the 7th step, the powerful mental energy pressure was like the water pressure in the deep sea. It continuously pressed down on Zhuowen in a spiral shape. 81 mental energy. Block it for me. With a cold snort, the 81 mental energy around Zhuowen immediately surrounded his body in an oval shape. Layers of mental energy surrounded Zhuowen and finally completely blocked the pressure on the 7th step. Stomp! With another step, Zhuowen stepped on the 8th step. The pressure was like the intense pressure in the eye of a hurricane. The mental energy barrier formed by the 81 mental energy on the surface of Zhuowen's body shook a little. Stomp! At the 9th step, the mental energy pressure had become viscous and terrifying. It was as if every trace of pressure was like 1,000,000 tons of heavy objects pressing down on Zhuowen. It almost caused the mental energy barrier in front of Zhuowen to cave in. Step on the 10th step for me. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were almost scarlet red. The powerful pressure on the 9th step had almost crushed his mental energy. A trace of cherry red blood began to flow from the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. However, his eyes were filled with determination and an unyielding expression. Stomp! Suddenly lifting his foot, Zhuowen fiercely stepped on the 10th step. The pressure on the 10th step had turned into a storm. It rotated in a spiral shape and ruthlessly crushed down on Zhuowen's body. With a muffled groan, Zhuowen's face became incomparably red. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his entire body tensed up. His lifted foot actually froze in midair at this moment. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the mental energy barrier in front of him had begun to crack. Moreover, the cracks were spreading at an extremely fast speed. His pupils shrank. Zhuowen knew that the mental energy barrier couldn't hold on for much longer. He had to quickly step over it. Just a little more, I'll step over it. Steeling his heart, Zhuowen didn't care about the powerful pressure on the 10th step and directly stepped on it. Then, Zhuowen disappeared from the steps. Su Yang, whose face was originally full of ridicule, froze at this moment. His eyes bulged as he stared in disbelief at the disappearing figure and the somewhat empty steps not far away. That guy actually stepped over it just like that. Su Yang's mouth was slightly agape. He suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. He opened his mouth, and only a few words came out of it. Outside the Spirit Spell Tower, everyone stared intently at the changes in the light spot on the tower. For a moment, the entire seating area became rather quiet. The light spot on the 7th floor should be Su Yang. I'm afraid there's no suspense in this Arcana ceremony anymore. Grandmaster Huayun said confidently as he crossed his arms and looked in the direction of the Spirit Spell Tower. Huayun, are you so sure that the light spot on the 7th floor is Su Yang? The mental energy pressure on the 7th floor has probably reached the level of a half-step grade for Arcanist. Even a peak grade, 3 Arcanists at the peak of the mastery level would find it difficult to withstand the pressure on the 7th floor. Grandmaster Han Yun said with some displeasure. A peak grade, 3 Arcanists at the peak of the mastery level would find it difficult to enter the 7th floor. However, if it's a peak grade 3 Arcanist, entering the 7th floor shouldn't be a problem. At this point, Grandmaster Huiyun suddenly raised his voice and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Cho and the others in the front row. Peak grade 3 Arcana ceremony? Could it be that your disciple, Su Yang's mental energy has reached the peak grade 3 Arcanist? Grandmaster Han Yun was suddenly shocked and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Su Yang broke through to the peak grade 3 Arcanist half a month ago. However, this old man suppressed his strength to the peak grade 3 Arcanist. Since someone has entered the 7th floor, it can only be Su Yang. Grandmaster Huiyun raised his head and said rather arrogantly. Grandmaster Huiyun and Grandmaster Han Yun's conversation wasn't soft. Many people in the VIP seating area heard the content of their conversation. When they heard that Su Yang's true strength was a peak grade 3 Arcanist, they all burst into an uproar. He really hid his strength well. That Su Yang actually hid a part of his strength. If that Su Yang really is a peak grade 3 Arcanist, I'm afraid that the champion of this Arcana ceremony will be none other than Su Yang. Discussions broke out one after another. For a moment, the originally quiet VIP seating area suddenly became a little noisy. Xiao Cho, who was sitting in the front row, frowned slightly. He did not expect Su Yang to hide his strength from the beginning. His strength had actually reached the level of grade 3 perfect. If this was true, it would be difficult for Zhuo Wan to win against Su Yang. Grandmaster Kuya and Ouyang Yuntu, who were sitting next to Xiao Cho, also had a trace of uneasiness on their faces. As the organizers of this event, they really didn't want the champion's position to be taken by another city, especially in Ding City, where Grandmaster Huiyun belonged. Another person has reached the 7th floor. That's amazing. This Arcana ceremony actually has 2 people who have the strength to reach the 7th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower. How rare. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from the VIP seating area. Then, everyone's gaze converged on the 7th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower. Sure enough, they saw that another light spot had appeared on the 7th floor. Moreover, this light spot was constantly approaching the light spot in front of it. Grandmaster Huiyun, who originally had a complacent expression, also heard the cry of surprise. He couldn't help but shift his gaze to the 2 light spots on the 7th floor. He couldn't help but frown and whisper, "There's actually someone who can reach the 7th floor?" Other than a peak grade 3 Arcanist like Su Yang, The other contestants participating in this arcana ceremony shouldn't have such strength. Han Yun, could it be that your disciple Zhou, he has also reached the peak grade 3 arcana ceremony? If his strength hasn't reached the peak grade 3 arcana ceremony, it should be very difficult for him to reach the 7th floor. Grandmaster Huiyun suddenly turned his head and stared at Grandmaster Han Yun beside him. At this moment, Grandmaster Han Yun's face was also full of doubts. Hearing Grandmaster Huiyun's question, Grandmaster Han Yun bitterly smiled and said, I know Zhou Yi's strength best. His mental strength hasn't reached the peak grade 3 arcana ceremony. Then, it shouldn't be Zhou Yi who has reached the 7th floor. It's not Zhou Yi. Then who could it be? Grandmaster Huiyun's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself in confusion. Look, the light spot that came later has surpassed the light spot in front of it. How strong! That light spot is almost reaching the 8th floor. Another cry of surprise came from the VIP seating area. This voice suddenly made Grandmaster Huiyun hurriedly turn his head to look at the Spirit Curse Tower. Sure enough, he discovered that the light spot that came later had surpassed the light spot that reached the 7th floor first. How can it be so fast? How can it be surpassed so quickly? Who is this light spot that came later? Could it be that the light spot that came later is Su Yang? Grandmaster Huiyun's eyes widened as he muttered in disbelief. Chapter 293. Conjecture, the 8th floor? Who was that of light? They actually stayed on the 7th floor for such a short period of time before directly entering the 8th floor. Grandmaster Huiyun was suddenly stunned. His expression was rather startled as he muttered to himself. Aside from Master Huiyun, Master Qiuqiu, Master Kuya, and the others who were sitting in the front row also had doubtful expressions on their faces. They also believed that the light spot that appeared on the 7th floor at the beginning should be Su Yang. However, who was the light spot that appeared later on? Moreover, this latecomer didn't even stay on the 7th floor for long and directly entered the 8th floor. They knew that the winner of this arcana ceremony had been decided, but they didn't know who the light on the 8th floor was. Senior Qiu, do you think the light spot that entered the 8th floor is Zhuowen or Su Yang? Master Kuya couldn't tell, so he turned to ask Qiuqiu. At this moment, Qiuqiu frowned and muttered to himself, I don't know either. After all, we can only see these specks of light from outside, but we can't tell who the specks of light represent. If you want to know who entered the 8th floor, I'm afraid we can only wait for the people inside to come out. Master Kuya nodded slightly. He also knew that it was meaningless to guess who the light spot on the 8th floor was. All they could do now was wait. On the 8th floor, the spiritual pressure had already become as viscous as water. It was so powerful that it felt as if there were millions of tons of mountains pressing down on one's body. It was enough to crush a person. In the 8th level, a figure was walking slowly. His speed was like an old ox pulling a cart, slow and sluggish. Sweat was dripping from his body like rain, dripping to his feet and accumulating into a small stream. This figure was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's back was bent, but his eyes were staring straight ahead. 50 meters in front of him, there was a stone platform as tall as a person. On top of the stone platform, there was a brocade box. Zhuowen knew that the arcane arts ceremony's final reward, the 4th grade origin array, was in the brocade box on the stone platform. As long as he could get his hands on that brocade box, Zhuowen would be the final winner of the arcane arts ceremony. How terrifying! The spiritual pressure on the 8th floor has probably reached the level of level 4 lower mastery. Zhuowen couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the 81 mental barriers that had sunken around him. The mental pressure on the 8th floor was simply too terrifying. Zhuowen was almost unable to withstand it, even if he used all of his abilities. The stone platform in front of him was only 50 meters away. Normally, he could cover this distance in the blink of an eye, but now, it was as far away as the ends of the earth. 30 more steps. However, this is already my limit. After taking a step forward, Zhuowen suddenly stopped. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the stone platform 30 steps away. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Although you've managed to cultivate 81 strands of spiritual energy with the help of the myriad derivation scripture, your spiritual energy is still only at the peak of the third rank. It's just that your spiritual energy is much greater than the average arcanist's. These 30 steps are already your limit. If you dare to take another step, I'm afraid you'll really be crushed by the spiritual pressure here. Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. I know. Looks like if I want to take another step forward, I'm afraid I'll have to raise my spiritual energy to the peak of the third rank. Zhuowen said helplessly as he slightly nodded his head. Hee. Although the spiritual pressure on the 8th floor is too terrifying, the power of comprehension is several times stronger than the 7th floor. Your spiritual energy has already reached the peak of the third rank. Normally, you'll need half a year to break through. But here, you'll only need a month. Hearing Xiaohei's words, Zhuowen nodded his head in agreement. Then, he looked at the stone platform reluctantly and said, A month? With my current spiritual energy, I should be able to last a month on the 8th floor. Looks like the true face of the 4th rank Yuan array will only be revealed in a month. As he spoke, Zhuowen sat down cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. He began to silently comprehend the power of comprehension floating in the air around him. Under the influence of the power of comprehension, Zhuowen's spiritual energy continued to increase at an astonishing rate. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, everyone in the VIP seats stared intently at the Spirit Spell Tower. As time passed, many arcanists in the Spirit Spell Tower could no longer withstand the spiritual pressure and left the tower one after another. In the first 5 days, the first 3 to leave the tower were the 3 arcanists from the 1st floor. In the next 5 days, nearly 30 arcanists from the 2nd floor also left the Spirit Spell Tower. When these arcanists left the Spirit Spell Tower and saw a dazzling dot of light on the 8th floor, they knew that the Arcana ceremony was about to begin. However, they were also very curious. Who could reach the 8th floor of the Spirit Spell Tower? 15 days passed, and the dozen or so dots of light on the 3rd floor dimmed. Soon after, more than 10 people appeared at the bottom of the Spirit Spell Tower. Ouyang Yuteo was among them. After returning to the VIP seats, Ouyang Yuteo walked in front of Grandmaster Xianling in disappointment and said with a bitter smile, Master, I've disappointed you this time. Your disciple couldn't even reach the 4th floor of the Spirit Spell Tower. Grandmaster Xianling waved his hand and said, AI, this isn't your fault. This Arcana ceremony is different from the past. There's simply too many experts. It's already pretty good that you were able to last until the 3rd floor. That's right. Big brother, this isn't your fault either. There are more than 20 participants in this Arcana ceremony who are not weaker than you, and there are 7 or 8 who are stronger than you. It's really too difficult for you to win. Ouyang Shishui sighed from the side. Lightly nodding his head, Ouyang Yuteo tilted his head and focused his gaze on the Spirit Spell Tower. When he saw that there was a dot of light on the 8th and 7th floors respectively, he frowned and muttered to himself, I wonder who reached the 8th floor. Is it Su Yang, Zhuowen, or Zhou Yi? Ever since he found out that Zhuowen's true strength was that of a grade 3 advanced Arcana Master, Ouyang Yuteo knew that Zhuowen wasn't ordinary. It was very likely that he had the strength to contend with Zhou Yi and Su Yang, who were at the same level. I'm afraid it's Su Yang. Just now, Grandmaster Huiyun revealed that Su Yang's true strength has probably reached grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master. This kind of strength is far stronger than the other participants. As for Zhou Yi and Zhuowen, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to contend against him. Grandmaster Xianling suddenly sighed softly. Grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master? This Su Yang was actually hiding his strength? Ouyang Yuteo suddenly exclaimed when he heard this. Then, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seemed that even if Zhuowen had the strength of a grade 3 Advanced Arcana Master, it would be difficult for him to contend against Su Yang. The wait continued. When the 20th day passed, the 3 specks of light on the 4th floor dimmed. Then, 3 figures appeared at the bottom of the tower. One of them was Xuan, who had a cold expression, and the other two were the two arcanists at the initial stage of the third rank that Yang City had sent out. What's going on? Why didn't Zhuan come out? Isn't this brat's strength only at the lower grade 3 advanced arcana master? How could he enter the 5th floor with such strength? Grandmaster Huiyun frowned slightly when he didn't find Zhuan among the 3 people at the bottom of the tower. A trace of an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Master, your disciple has embarrassed you this time. Xuanai returned to Grandmaster Kuya's side. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Grandmaster Kuya. Her lips squirmed as she said these words. Looking at Xuanai's gloomy expression in front of him, Grandmaster Kuya's heart ached. He gently patted Xuanai's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry too much. Our Broken Rock City still has hope. After all, Zhuan hasn't come out yet. Xuanai nodded slightly when she heard this. Then, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shift to the spiritual spell tower in the distance. She whispered to herself, Zhuan, you must do your best. Now, you're the last hope of Broken Rock City's arcane guild. When the light spots on the 4th floor dimmed, everyone in the VIP seats couldn't help but look at the 5th, 7th, and 8th floors. There were 2 light spots on the 5th floor, none on the 6th floor, 1 light spot on the 7th floor, and 1 light spot on the 8th floor. Everyone knew that the light spot on the 8th floor was the champion of the arcane ceremony, but no one could confirm who it was. However, most people guessed that the light spot on the 8th floor should be Su Yang of Ending City. After all, Grandmaster Huiyun had revealed that Su Yang's strength had reached the level of perfect grade 3. Such strength was the strongest among all the contestants of the arcane ceremony. Other than Su Yang, they couldn't think of anyone else who had the strength to reach the 8th floor. The remaining 4 light spots should be Su Qi, Zhou Yi, Su Yang, and Zhuan. I just don't know where the 4 of them are. Grandmaster Kuya, who was sitting at the front, frowned slightly and whispered, Su Qi and Zhou Yi are both at the advanced grade 3, and Su Yang is a terrifying perfect grade 3, while Zhuan is only at the initial grade 3. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to fight against the 3 of them. And even if Zhuan's strength has broken through to the advanced grade 3, it's unlikely that he'll be Su Yang's opponent. Ouyang Yuna said with a wry smile. Qiu Chao's face was gloomy as he said coldly, in a few days when the 2 light spots on the 5th floor come out, we'll know the result. You don't have to argue now. Ouyang Yuntu and Grandmaster Kuya looked at each other and shut their mouths. They didn't dare to say another word. Another 5 days passed. At this time, 25 days had passed since the opening of the Spirit Curse Tower. The 2 light spots on the 5th floor finally flickered and dimmed. Then, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the bottom of the tower. They're out. The 2 light spots on the 5th floor have also come out. In an instant, the VIP seats suddenly became much livelier. Many people were unable to take their eyes off the 2 figures that had just appeared. Chapter 294. The winner has been decided. Swish. Swish. When the light gradually faded, the faces of the 2 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. It's Su Qi and Zhou Yi. There's no Zhuan. Master Kuya was the first to react. When he didn't see Zhuan's figure, a look of joy appeared on his face as he laughed heartily. Qiu, whose face was originally as calm as water, revealed a look of joy when he saw the 2 figures that appeared at the bottom of the tower. Zhuan isn't here? Could it be that the kid entered the 7th or 8th floor? Master Han Yun, who was sitting at the back, couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't help but focus his gaze on the 2 spots of light on the 7th and 8th floor. Master Huiyun's face was extremely gloomy. Even he didn't expect that the 2 spots of light on the 5th floor didn't have Zhuan's figure. Instead, Su Qi and Zhou Yi, who they had originally thought highly of, were eliminated. Su Qi and Zhou Yi's faces were rather ugly. Feeling the gazes from all around them, the 2 of them didn't want to stay at the bottom of the tower for too long. With a thought, they used their mental strength to fly to the VIP seats. After returning to Master Huiyun and Master Han Yun's side, Su Qi and Zhou Yi lowered their heads and didn't say a word. What's going on? Su Qi, why did the 2 of you come out first? Where's Zhuan? Master Huiyun couldn't help but angrily question the two of them. Su Qi's jade-like neck shrunk. She glanced at Master Huiyun, who was almost mad with anger, with some trepidation. She clasped her hands together and said cautiously, Zhuowen has been hiding his strength. His mental energy has probably reached the advanced 3rd grade. Oh, advanced 3rd grade? That Zhuowen actually had the strength of level 3 advanced realm? Since that kid is also at the advanced 3rd grade, why did he climb higher than the two of you? Master Huiyun was slightly startled as he asked in a deep voice. Master, you can't blame me. It was Zhuowen who was particularly strange. Although he was also a level 3 advanced realm martial artist, he could actually possess 5 strands of mental strength. Moreover, all 5 strands of mental strength were not weaker than a level 3 advanced realm martial artist. It can be said that the guy's strength is much stronger than the average rank 3 advanced completion, which is why we... At this point, Su Qi's voice became softer and softer. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily glanced at Grandmaster Huiyun and fell silent. 5 strands of spiritual power? How could this be? How could an arcanist have 5 strands of spirit? Moreover, these 5 strands of mentality also possess the power of 3rd stage advanced completion. When Master Huiyun and Master Han Yun heard this, they were shocked. They couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Maybe that Zhuowen cultivates a special kind of spiritual secret skill. That's why he's able to possess 5 strands of mind power at the same time. Su Qi raised her beautiful eyes slightly and said somewhat cautiously, it must be a spiritual secret skill. I didn't expect there to be a spiritual secret skill in this world that could divide mental strength. However, wouldn't the mental strength that was divided be weaker than the average mental strength? Grandmaster Huiyun nodded slightly and said with some doubt. Grandmaster Huiyun's guess was correct. If the mental strength was divided, its purity and power would definitely be much weaker than the average mental strength. However, Zhuowen cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, a spiritual secret skill that was famous even in ancient times. Apart from the method of splitting, the 10,000 derivation scripture also had a method of nurturing mental energy. This method could continuously strengthen the mental energy that was split until it reached the strength of the mental energy before it was split. Although the kid's 5 strands of mental strength surprised me, the gap between level 3 advanced completion and level 3 advanced completion is not something that can be made up for by 5 strands of mental strength. It seems that the light on the 7th floor should be Zhuowen. Even if he has 5 strands of mental strength, it's impossible for him to enter the 8th floor. After listening to Su Qi's description, Grandmaster Huiyun appeared to have a card up his sleeve. He was well aware of the huge gap between level 3 advanced completion and level 3 advanced completion. On the other hand, Grandmaster Han Yun was slightly disappointed. At this moment, Zhou Yi had already been eliminated. This also meant that Yiyang City had no chance in this arcane ceremony. At this moment, there were only 2 light spots left in the spiritual curse tower. There were the light spots on the 7th floor and the light spots on the 8th floor. The only 2 people who hadn't come out were Zhuowen and Su Yang. Everyone knew that the champion of this arcane ceremony would definitely be one of these 2 people. As for who would be the champion, everyone was extremely looking forward to it. Another 5 days passed. The light spot on the 7th floor began to flicker, as if it was faintly unable to hold on. The light spot on the 7th floor seems to be unable to hold on. It seems that the final result will be revealed soon. The abnormality of the light spot on the 7th floor immediately attracted the attention of many people in the VIP seats. For a moment, everyone held their breath and stared at the light spot on the 7th floor with bright eyes. At this moment, Qiu Qiu, Grandmaster Kuya, and Ouyang Yunta began to feel nervous. They knew that once the light spot on the 7th floor completely dimmed, the arcane ceremony's result would be revealed. Even Grandmaster Huiyun, who was originally full of confidence, began to nervously focus his gaze on the light spot on the 7th floor. Although he believed in Su Yang's strength, he still felt somewhat uneasy. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the light spot on the 7th floor gradually dimmed after flickering for a while. Finally, it was extinguished. Then, a light shadow appeared at the bottom of the tower. If one looked carefully, the light shadow was in the shape of a person. It's out. The contestant on the 7th floor has come out. I wonder if it's Zhuowen or Su Yang. The moment the glowing figure appeared, the VIP seats immediately became noisy. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the glowing figure that gradually appeared in front of them. When the light completely faded, a young man with an ugly expression suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, the VIP seats instantly fell into silence, because the figure that appeared in everyone's eyes turned out to be Su Yang, who everyone was optimistic about at the beginning. In other words, the light spot that really reached the 8th floor was the ordinary young man, Zhuowen. It's actually Su Yang? I didn't expect that Su Yang, whose strength has reached the complete grade 3, could only reach the 7th floor. He didn't even enter the 8th floor. Then, isn't the light spot on the 8th floor Zhuowen? Even Su Yang, who is at the complete grade 3, couldn't enter the 8th floor, but Zhuowen actually entered it. Could it be that Zhuowen's true strength has reached that of a grade 4 arcanist? This result is really unbelievable. In the end, Su Yang lost. The sound of discussion was like a bomb at this moment, exploding in the VIP seats. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, whispering to each other. Master Huiyun, who originally had a look of anticipation, had his expression stiffened. His mouth was slightly open, and his pupils shrank. He just stared blankly at Su Yang, who was at the bottom of the tower. He was stunned on the spot. Big Brother actually lost? How is that possible? Big Brother's strength has reached the complete grade 3, and he also has the brilliant God Crystal, which can increase mental strength. How could he lose to Zhuowen? Su Qi couldn't help but cover her mouth with her jade-like hand and exclaim out loud. Her pretty face was completely pale at this moment. On the other side, Master Han Yun and the dazed Zhou Yi were also stunned at this time. Even they didn't expect such a result. In the front row of the VIP seats, Qiu Chou, Master Kuya, and Ouyang Yunta were also stunned. Then, Master Kuya's right hand trembled, and he actually crushed the armrest beside him in excitement. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "The person who appeared is really Su Yang, and not Zhuowen. It really is Su Yang. The one who entered the 8th floor is Zhuowen. It's Zhuowen. The arcane champion this time is Zhuowen, who represents our Broken Rock City. Haha." Ouyang Yunta slapped his thigh and couldn't help but laugh heartily. This old man really didn't misjudge Zhuowen. This little guy really hid his strength well. Even Su Yang wasn't his opponent. I really don't know how this little guy did it. Qiu Chao's originally tense face also relaxed at this time, and a trace of smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The most surprised person was Xuan'ai, who was standing beside Master Kuya. At this time, Xuan'ai's beautiful eyes were fixed on the light spot on the 8th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower. A trace of imperceptible admiration appeared in the depths of her eyes. She muttered, "I really didn't expect that the one who hid his strength the most wasn't Su Yang, but Zhuowen. What about you?" In the corner, Master Xianling and Master Karaki were also stunned. Originally, Master Karaki was full of confidence in Zhuowen. After all, very few contestants who participated in the arcane ceremony had mental strength that reached the advanced 3rd grade. However, after hearing Master Huiyun reveal that Su Yang was actually a perfect grade 3 arcana master, he knew that Zhuowen's chances of victory were extremely slim. After all, the difference between a perfect grade 3 arcana master and a great grade 3 arcana master was too great. "Karaki, how did your disciple Zhuowen do it? Su Yang is stronger than you and me, but your disciple Zhuowen was able to defeat Su Yang." Master Xianling's throat twitched and then asked in a rather dry voice. Master Karaki shook his somewhat stiff neck and replied in a similarly dry voice, "Actually, I also don't know. I also never thought that Zhuowen would be able to defeat Su Yang, who is a complete 3rd grade arcanist." Standing at the bottom of the Spirit Curse Tower, Su Yang felt the various gazes from all around him. His face twitched, and became more and more unsightly. Turning his head to look at the light spot on the 8th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower, Su Yang's eyes were filled with resentment. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Zhuowen, remember this. I will never forget the humiliation I suffered today." Chapter 295. Third Grade Perfection, Su Yang. What's going on here? With your third grade, great perfection, mental strength, and a powerful crystal like the brilliant God crystal, don't tell me you can't beat Zhuowen? Master Huiyun's face was gloomy to the extreme as he coldly stared at Su Yang, who had returned to his side. Su Yang's face changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, that Zhuowen is too strange. He only has the mental strength of a third-grade perfection, but his body can release 81 strands of mental strength. Even if I use the brilliant God crystal, I'm still no match for that bastard." "What? 81 strands of mental strength? How is that possible?" Master Huiyun's face twitched when he heard this. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Even Master Hanyun beside him was shocked. "Master, it is absolutely true. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have been defeated by an advanced level 3 Arcana Master?" Su Yang smiled bitterly, his lips trembling as he spoke. The secret spirit skill that Zhuowen cultivates is not ordinary. He can actually split 81 strands of mental strength. This is a secret skill that defies common sense. Master Huiyun looked at Su Yang and sighed. He knew that if what Su Yang said was true, then even if Su Yang had the strength of a third-grade perfection, it would be difficult for him to be Zhuowen's opponent. Where's your Qinkuan bag? Why can't I feel the star flame in your body? What's going on?" Master Huiyun's gaze suddenly froze as he frowned and asked Su Yang. Su Yang's face became gloomy when he heard this. He stuttered and said, "It was all stolen by Zhuowen." Bang! Master Huiyun suddenly crushed the handle beside him. He looked at Su Yang in disbelief and said loudly, "You said it was stolen? The Qinkuan bag on your body has a restriction placed by this old man, and the star flame is your flame source. Could it be that it was all stolen?" "Master, I had no choice. If I didn't give the Qinkuan pouch to Zhuowen, I'm afraid my disciple would have died in the Spirit Curse Tower. As for the star blaze, it was sucked away by Zhuowen's strange round cauldron spirit treasure. At that time, I didn't expect." Su Yang's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. "Master Huiyun, what made you so angry?" Master Kuya, who was sitting in front, suddenly turned his head and stared at Master Huiyun with a smile. "Kuya, you don't have to be so hypocritical. Your Broken Rock City has won the Arcana ceremony this time. This old man admits it. However, I hope you can give us an explanation," Master Huiyun said coldly to Master Kuya. "Oh, explanation? What explanation do you want?" Master Kuya was a little surprised at Master Huiyun's straightforward admission of defeat. He asked with a faint smile, "That Zhuowen is too daring." This time in the Spirit Curse Tower, he actually snatched Su Yang's Qinkuan pouch and even his origin flame, the Star Blaze. As the host of this Arcana ceremony, I hope that when Zhuowen comes out later, he will return Su Yang's Qinkuan pouch and the Star Blaze. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being rude." Master Huiyun stared coldly at Master Kuya. His tone was extremely cold. He didn't care too much about Su Yang's Qinkuan pouch, but he couldn't lose the Star Blaze. After all, it took him more than 20 years to find the Star Blaze. He didn't want to give it to Zhuowen for nothing. Master Huiyun's voice wasn't soft and immediately attracted the attention of the other people in the VIP seats. When they heard Master Huiyun say that Su Yang's Qinkuan pouch and Star Blaze had been snatched away by Zhuowen, a strange expression appeared on their faces. That Zhuowen is really something. He actually robbed Su Yang. It seems that he deserves to be the champion of this Arcana ceremony. It seems that the biggest dark horse this time is Zhuowen. He didn't even let go of Su Yang's origin flame. How ruthless. Suddenly, there was a clamor of discussion around them. Hearing the discussion around them, Su Yang and Master Huiyun's faces turned even uglier. Even Master Kuya couldn't help but be startled. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face, and he said, "So that's how it is. But Master Huiyun, didn't you read the rules of the third stage? In the Spirit Curse Tower, this old man didn't say that fighting and robbing are prohibited. As long as no one dies, everything is allowed. Speaking of this, Master Kuya cast a sidelong glance at Su Yang and continued, "Since your disciple's things were snatched away by Zhuowen, then your disciple can only blame himself for being too weak. He deserved to be robbed. Kuya, you got guts. Since your Broken Rock City's arcane guild isn't willing to hand it over, then this old man can only take it by force." Master Huiyun's eyes were cold as he gritted his teeth. Boom! A mountain-like aura suddenly burst out from the VIP seats. Then, Cho, who had been motionless, suddenly stood up. He turned his head and looked coldly at Master Huiyun. He said coldly, "Old dog, how dare you snatch someone this old man wants to protect? Believe it or not, this old man will kill you right now." Master Huiyun was stunned. He had forgotten that Zhuowen was Chiu Chao's man. Now that he felt the deep killing intent in Chiu Chao's eyes, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he remained silent. Under Chiu Chao's threat, he didn't dare to make sound. Looking at Master Huiyun's somewhat weak performance, Su Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Chiu Chou with fear and said fiercely in his heart, "Damn it, where did that Zhuowen come from? Why is there such a perverted person protecting him?" After looking at Chiu Chou with fear, Master Huiyun no longer had the face to stay. He waved his sleeves, and a powerful mental strength wrapped around Su Qi and Su Yang. He was about to break through the air, but he was stopped by Master Kuya. "Kuya, what else do you want?" Master Huiyun's face was cold as he looked gloomily at Master Kuya in front of him. Huiyun, have you forgotten the bet with Senior Chiu? Since you've lost, then hand over the Grade 4 Origin Array." Master Kuya stretched out his hand and said rather impolitely. When Su Yang and Su Qi heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on their faces. They only looked at Master Huiyun with a strange expression. They didn't know anything about the bet between Master Huiyun and Chiu Chou. Damn it! Master Huiyun secretly cursed. He patted his Chinquan bag and painfully took out a black wooden box. He threw it to Master Kuya and said, "This is the Grade 4 Origin Array, 8th-level Netherworld." Master Kuya smiled as he received the wooden box. After carefully inspecting it, he said with a smile, "Thank you for your gift, Brother Huiyun. If you want to bet again in the future, feel free to come to our Broken Rock City." When Master Huiyun heard these words, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He coldly glared at Master Kuya before waving his sleeves and breaking through the air. "Congratulations to Master Kuya. We'll take our leave first." Master Han Yun cupped his hands towards Master Kuya as he watched Master Huiyun break through the air. He also left the VIP seats with the few disciples behind him. That Zhuowen really has guts. He actually dared to rob Master Huiyun's disciple. It's really too satisfying. Master Kuya suddenly laughed out loud as he watched the few people leave through the sky. Chiu Chao's mouth also revealed a smile as he said indifferently, "Next, we'll wait for Zhuowen to come down. The Grade 4 Origin Array that you put up this time is pretty good. I'm afraid that thing is very suitable for Zhuowen." "Yes. However, the mental energy pressure on the 8th floor has already reached Grade 4. We can only see if that little fellow, Zhuowen, can reach the stone pillar on the 8th floor. If he can't, then our arcane guild can only benefit from the Grade 4 Yuan Array," Master Kuya said with a smile. "Old man, you're really insatiably greedy. Didn't I just help you win a Grade 4 Origin Array? Even if that little guy Zhuowen can't get the Grade 4 Origin Array on the 8th floor, your arcane guild must hand it over." Chiu Chou shrugged and said rather shamelessly. Another 5 days passed. At this time, it had already been a month since the opening of the Spirit Curse Tower. On the 8th floor of the Spirit Curse Tower, countless mental energy pressures were like a curtain of rain as they pattered and covered every corner of the 8th floor. The powerful pressure almost caused the air on this floor to distort. A figure was sitting cross-legged like an old monk in meditation. 30 steps in front of this figure was a stone platform that was as tall as a person. On the stone platform was a brocade box. Suddenly, the figure abruptly opened his eyes. A ray of light burst out from the depths of his eyes. Then, the air on the 8th floor boiled at this moment. Then, the mental energy pressure that was as thick as a curtain of rain actually gathered towards the figure. Countless mental energy pressures almost surrounded the figure and constantly revolved around him like a hurricane. "Break for me! Break! Break!" The figure suddenly stood up, following which his foot violently stomped on the ground. A wave of mental energy that could cause even the heavens and earth to submit violently surged out from his body. The powerful strength almost tore apart the surrounding hurricane-like mental energy pressure. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the mental energy pressure surrounding him collapsed inch by inch. The remaining mental energy pressure actually retreated at this moment and didn't dare to approach the figure anymore. I've finally broken through to the perfect grade 3 arcana. The power of comprehension on the 8th floor is really rich. It only took me a month to break through. Zhuowen raised his head and laughed heartily. With the 81 strands of mental energy in your body, once you break through to the perfect grade 3 arcana master, your strength will probably surpass that of a normal arcana master at the perfect grade 3 arcana master. I'm afraid you'll be comparable to a half-step grade 4 arcana master. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. Yes, after breaking through, the pressure on the 8th floor doesn't have much of an effect on me. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's see how the grade 4 origin array in the brocade box on the stone platform is like. Chapter 296. Limitless sword or arriving at the front of the stone platform. Zhuowen's gaze focused on the brocade box. He knew that this brocade box contained the final reward of the Arcana ceremony, the grade 4 Yuan array. Picking up the brocade box, Zhuowen was slightly excited. Ever since he saw the golden armored general array used by Lu Yuanhua in the ancient cave mansion, he had a strong desire for a grade 4 Yuan array. I wonder what kind of Yuan array is contained in this brocade box. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen opened the brocade box in his hand without hesitation. The moment the brocade box was opened, a sharp sword aura immediately poured out like a storm, following which rays of cold light swept out from the brocade box. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes but did not dodge. Instead, he coldly sized up the sharp cold light pouring out from the brocade box, as well as the proud and sharp sword aura. Clang! In just an instant, the sword chi and cold light that gushed out from the brocade box actually directly transformed into a sword formation that was over 10 m above Zhuowen, and the sword chi was piercing while cold light gushed out. This is... Staring blankly at the sword array with countless sword auras swirling above, Zhuowen subconsciously muttered. Just as Zhuowen's heart was filled with doubts, a message was suddenly transmitted into Zhuowen's mind from the brocade box. Grade 4 Yuan array, limitless sword aura. The core sword array is formed by 9 high-grade, sword-shaped soul treasures. The outer sword array is formed by 72 middle-grade, sword-shaped soul treasures. A total of 81 sword-shaped soul treasures. Together, they form the limitless sword aura array. Its power is earth-shattering, causing the sun and moon to dim. 9 high-grade sword-shaped soul treasures and 72 middle-grade sword-shaped soul treasures. This is too extravagant. If the full power of this limitless sword aura is unleashed, wouldn't it be comparable to an earthly soul treasure? After reading the message in his mind, Zhuowen could not help but reveal a shocked expression. One must know that until now, he only had the demon moon dragon spine spear, a middle-grade soul treasure. Although the 9-wheeled burning sky cauldron was an earthly soul treasure, without collecting 9 types of earth fire, the power it could unleash would be very little. However, this limitless sword aura was formed by 81 sword-shaped soul treasures. Among them, 9 were high-grade sword-shaped soul treasures. Zhuowen could not help but be astonished. The Broken Rock City Arcane Guild is really generous. To actually take out this grade 4 Yuan array with extremely powerful attack. If this Dragon Lord is not wrong, the power of this boundless sword aura is much stronger than your incomplete 9-wheel burning heaven cauldron. Xiao Hei suddenly jumped out at this time and looked at the boundless sword aura that was filled with sword chi as he praised. Yes, offensive Yuan rays are much more precious than other types of Yuan rays. I didn't expect Master Kuya to be so bold as to use a grade 4 Yuan ray like the limitless sword aura as the reward for the champion of the arcane arts ceremony. Zhuowen nodded slightly and said with a face full of excitement, "But this limitless sword aura is made from 81 soul treasures. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to completely refine it." Xiao Hei rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "That's true, but there's no hurry. After all, there's still 1.5 years until the Tower of Vitality battle. In this 1.5 years, I'll be able to completely refine this limitless sword aura. At that time, I'll have another powerful trump card." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen cast his gaze outside the tower and said indifferently, "A month has passed. I'm afraid that the other contestants in the Spirit Spell Tower have almost all left the tower. After Su Yang was injured by me, it's impossible for him to last a month on the 7th floor. I'm afraid that the people outside now know that I'm the champion. It's time for me to leave." After he finished speaking, he kept the limitless sword aura floating in the air into his Chinquan bag and left the tower without any reluctance. When Zhuowen's figure finally appeared at the bottom of the Spirit Spell Tower, everyone in the VIP seats uniformly gathered their gazes on him. Everyone knew that the champion of this arcane ceremony was won by this ordinary-looking young man in front of them. Zhuowen felt a little uncomfortable when he sensed the heated gazes from the VIP seats. Shifting his gaze, Zhuowen locked onto the seats of Qiu and the rest in the VIP seats. With a step, he directly arrived at the seats where Qiu and the rest were seated. "Huh, Zhuowen, well done. This old man didn't misjudge you. You've indeed become the champion of the arcane ceremony." Qiu was the first to step forward and gave Zhuowen a bear hug as he laughed heartily. "Zhuowen, how did you beat Su Yang? And how did you enter the 8th floor?" Master Kuya also had a smile on his face, but he still asked the question in his heart. The moment Master Kuya's question was asked, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. They really wanted to know how the young man in front of them, whose cultivation was only at initial grade 3, beat Su Yang, who was at perfect grade 3. That's because my original strength was at the advanced 3rd grade. With the help of the Spirit Curse Tower's power of comprehension, I made a breakthrough and reached the perfect 3rd grade. Zhuowen smiled faintly as he directly released the powerful mental energy in his Naiwan Palace. He knew that sometimes words were not enough, so it was better to take action than to explain. It really is the mental energy of perfect grade 3. It seems that Zhuowen wasn't able to become the champion of this arcane ceremony by luck. This Zhuowen is only 17 or 18 years old, but his strength is actually more powerful than Su Yang's. This kid's talent is really terrifying. Feeling the powerful mental energy surging out of Zhuowen's body, the people around the VIP seats suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone's gaze toward Zhuowen had changed. It was filled with awe, envy, and a trace of reverence. Master Kuya's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect Xiaoyu to have hidden your strength so well. It turns out that your strength has already reached advanced grade 3, and you even made a breakthrough in the Spirit Spell Tower. This time, Xiaoyu really deserves to be the champion of the arcane ceremony." Beside Master Kuya, Xuanai's beautiful eyes stared straight at Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with a complicated expression. She also didn't expect that the young man in front of her, who she didn't take seriously at the beginning, would become the champion of this arcane ceremony. He had also indirectly restored the reputation of Broken Rock City's arcane guild. Biting her lower lip, Xuanai suddenly came in front of Zhuowen. She bowed deeply to Zhuowen and said softly with a sincere expression, "Zhuowen, I really have to thank you this time. I was blind at the beginning. I hope you don't take offense." Looking at the cold and arrogant Xuanai in front of him, who actually lowered her head and bowed to him, Zhuowen couldn't help but be shocked. In his impression, Xuanai was an extremely proud woman who wouldn't easily lower her head. But now, she was standing in front of him and thanking him. This made Zhuowen feel rather awkward. Rubbing his nose, Zhuowen laughed dryly and said, "Actually, it's nothing. The purpose of my participation in the arcane ceremony this time is for the Grade 4 Origin Crystal. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with the reputation of Broken Rock City, I will become the champion this time." At this moment, a heavy palm suddenly patted Zhuowen's shoulder. Then, Ouyang Yuntu, who was wearing a purple robe, suddenly came to Zhuowen's side with a smile and said, "Little friend Zhuowen is very lucky. Xuanai is usually very arrogant and rarely treats others with such an attitude, especially to a man. You are the first one I have seen." Ouyang Yuntu's interruption immediately caused the atmosphere between Zhuowen and Xuanai to become rather strange. Zhuowen was thick-skinned, so he only shrugged his shoulders. However, Xuanai's personality was originally rather arrogant. After Ouyang Yuntu's teasing, traces of crimson instantly appeared on her snow-white face. Her clear and cold eyes were actually secretly sizing up Zhuowen. At this moment, Grandmaster Congmu and Grandmaster Xianling, who were sitting in the corner, also brought Ouyang Yuteo and Ouyang Shishui to Zhuowen. Among them, Grandmaster Congmu's old face was filled with excitement. Originally, he didn't have much hope for Zhuowen to become the champion, but now that Zhuowen had unexpectedly become the champion, the excitement in Grandmaster Congmu's heart was naturally indescribable. Seeing that Grandmaster Congmu had arrived, Zhuowen naturally cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, Grandmaster Congmu." In front of so many outsiders, Zhuowen still gave Grandmaster Congmu a lot of face. At the very least, he didn't call him old man. "Zhuowen, as expected of my good disciple, to be able to become the champion of the Arcana ceremony, haha, I'm really overjoyed." Grandmaster Congmu couldn't help but grin as he spoke. "Congmu, you've really taken in a good disciple. Even this old man is rather envious of this disciple of yours." Beside him, Grandmaster Kuya's face was filled with envy. 4 Arcana Masters like them, refining high-grade origin crystals was naturally quite delightful, but what made them feel even more accomplished was being able to hand over a genius disciple. Hearing Grandmaster Kuya's praise, Grandmaster Congmu couldn't stop smiling. His eyes were filled with gratification, but in his heart, he was shouting that he had taken in the right disciple. "Little friend Zhuowen, since you've entered the 8th floor, I'm afraid that you've also obtained the Grade 4 Origin Array on the 8th floor. I wonder if you're satisfied with the Grade 4 Origin Array?" Grandmaster Kuya suddenly smiled as he looked at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen was startled, but immediately nodded and smiled. "I'm satisfied. I'm really satisfied. I didn't expect that President Kuya would actually use an offensive Grade 4 Origin Array as the reward for this Arcana ceremony. I know that your martial arts realm isn't low, so I'm afraid that the Boundless Sword Aura is of great help to you. However, I can tell you clearly that the Boundless Sword Aura is the painstaking work of the previous president of the Arcana Guild, but it's only a half-finished product. If it's a finished product, I'm afraid it can reach the power of a Grade 5 Origin Array." Speaking of this, Grandmaster Kuya's face suddenly revealed a cautious look. Chapter 297. 3 Great Sword moves. The pitch-black night was like a black dragon, gloomily pressing down on the horizon, causing the entire land to be shrouded in a dark atmosphere. 3 days had passed since the arcane art ceremony. In these 3 days, Zhuowen had become the most talked-about figure in Broken Rock City. He was only 17 years old, but he had the strength of a complete Grade 3. Moreover, in the arcane art ceremony where geniuses were born, he valiantly defeated the number 1 genius of Inding City, Su Yang, and became a champion of the arcane art ceremony. At this point, the originally unknown Zhuowen had become a famous figure in Broken Rock City. In a loft far away from the Arcane Arts Guild, Zhuowen sat quietly on an armchair. He stared straight at the brocade box in his hand and smiled bitterly. "I really didn't expect that this limitless sword aura is only a half-completed Yuan array. If this thing was completed, then it would be a genuine 5th grade Yuan array. Even the peak power of the 9-wheeled burning sky, Cauldron, can't compare to it. The Arcana Master who is able to create this boundless sword aura is quite impressive. Even though it's only a half-finished product, its power is already comparable to a grade 4 origin formation. I'm afraid that the person who created this origin formation is also an extremely talented individual. Xiaohei, who was sitting on Zhuowen's shoulder, suddenly spoke. The limitless sword intent is made up of a total of 81 soul treasures. If I want to completely refine it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so within half a year. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Indeed, if it was just one soul treasure, it would be rather convenient to refine it. However, there are a total of 81 soul treasures in this infinite sword aura. Furthermore, each soul treasure has a special connection with each other. This makes it much more difficult to refine it. Xiaohei nodded as she spoke. Xiaohei. Zhuowen suddenly turned to look at Xiaohei and asked, I wonder if the power of the boundless sword aura is stronger than the ice fire. Hee. Although the power of the boundless sword aura isn't bad, if you use the combination of the 9 heavens thunder, blazing flame, and extreme frost to create the ice fire, I'm afraid it's a lot weaker. This Dragon Lord estimates that even an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to withstand that level of frost and fire. However, the boundless sword aura isn't that powerful, Xiaohei said as he stroked his chin. Looks like this ice fire is still my trump card. However, with my current physique, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the earth-grade ice and fire energies, ice explosion. Looks like I need to quickly practice the jade stone body tempering technique that I obtained from the Zhao family ancestor. Zhuowen lowered his head and muttered to himself. You're right. However, you should first refine the everlasting sword intent. Although it takes a long time to refine, its power is not bad. Xiaohei said lazily. Yes. Looks like I'll need to go into seclusion for half a year. I'll have to talk to old man Songmu about this. At the same time, he can help protect me. With that, Zhuowen sat down cross-legged and began to silently cultivate. Early the next morning, Zhuowen discussed the matter of going into seclusion with Grandmaster Songmu. Grandmaster Songmu also knew that Zhuowen needed to refine the boundless sword aura, so he readily agreed. As for the guests who wanted to visit Zhuowen, Grandmaster Songmu was naturally the one who sent them away during this half a year. After discussing the matter of going into seclusion with Grandmaster Songmu, Zhuowen directly found a secluded loft. After setting up a powerful restriction in the surroundings, he began to refine the boundless sword aura for a long period of time. 3 months after Zhuowen went into seclusion, the city lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu, suddenly rushed to Grandmaster Songmu's loft. In the hall, Grandmaster Songmu and Ouyang Yuntu sat opposite each other. Grandmaster Songmu personally poured a cup of tea for Ouyang Yuntu and said with a smile, City Lord Ouyang, may I know the reason for your visit? Taking a sip of tea, Ouyang Yuntu smiled and said, This old man came to look for young friend Zhuowen. Why haven't I seen young friend Zhuowen come out? Grandmaster Songmu was startled, then said apologetically, City Lord Ouyang, you came at the wrong time. Zhuowen is currently in seclusion refining the boundless sword aura, right? I'm afraid he hasn't come out yet. Oh, he's already in seclusion? Looks like this old man really came at the wrong time. However, how long will young friend Zhuowen be in seclusion for? Ouyang Yunto asked with a frown. Zhuowen said that he would need half a year. It's already been 3 months. There should be 3 more months. Grandmaster Songmu didn't beat around the bush and directly told Ouyang Yunto the exact time. 3 more months? Looks like there's still time. Grandmaster Songmu, if Zhuowen comes out of seclusion in 3 months, tell him to come find me at the City Lord's mansion. This is this old man's personal token. As long as you have this token, you can directly enter the City Lord's mansion. As he spoke, Ouyang Yunta took the silver token from his waist and handed it to Grandmaster Songmu. Grandmaster Songmu carefully received the token and nodded. He said solemnly, City Lord Ouyang, don't worry. In 3 months, this old man will definitely give it to Zhuowen. That's good. Since there's nothing else, this old man will take his leave. Ouyang Yunta nodded with satisfaction, then cupped his hands and left the hall. Looking at the departing figure of Ouyang Yuntu, a trace of doubt appeared on Grandmaster Songmu's face. He muttered in a low voice, "I wonder why City Lord Ouyang is in such a hurry to find Zhuowen." Time flew by, and another 3 months passed. It had been half a year since Zhuowen went into seclusion. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the earth, Grandmaster Songmu had already woken up early. He came to a rather spacious courtyard and quietly waited. In the depths of the courtyard, there was a rather inconspicuous pavilion. If one looked carefully, one could see that there was a stream of light overflowing from the surface of this inconspicuous pavilion. Obviously, someone had placed a powerful enchantment around the pavilion. Zhuowen is quite cautious. He actually placed a restriction around the place where he went into seclusion. With the might of this restriction, I'm afraid that even a heavenly king stage cultivator wouldn't be able to break in. Grandmaster Songmu silently stood in the courtyard and looked at the restriction in front of him as he muttered to himself. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the pavilion that was originally sitting quietly in front of him suddenly collapsed. Countless amounts of dust flew in all directions, almost obscuring his vision. Amidst the dust that obstructed one's line of sight, numerous sharp sword chi that emitted a dense cold light suddenly burst out. It was as if countless dragons were dancing in the air, flying in all directions and tearing apart the air. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly rang out. Then, a slender figure slowly walked out from the dust-filled air. Strangely, there were countless cold lights flashing around this figure. If one looked carefully, these cold lights turned out to be sword-shaped spiritual treasures with powerful auras. They were constantly flying and gliding around this figure along a fixed trajectory. It was gorgeous and colorful. The refinement was successful. Looking at the figure walking over step by step, Grandmaster Songmu's face suddenly revealed a trace of joy and couldn't help muttering to himself. When this figure walked out of the dust range, a rather handsome young man's face was revealed. This young man was naturally Zhuowen. Looking at the sword-shaped spiritual treasures flying around him, Zhuowen suddenly revealed a happy smile. Then, his right hand suddenly swung down. The long swords that were constantly gliding and dancing suddenly emitted a clear and melodious sword sound. Then, the tips of the swords pointed downwards and rustled as they were inserted into the ground. With 9 high-grade sword-shaped spiritual treasures as the core, the remaining 72 long swords circled around Zhuowen, forming a concentric circle. Zhuowen was the center of the concentric circle. Looking at the swords around him with satisfaction, Zhuowen knew that the refinement of the everlasting sword aura was complete. And after half a year of refinement, Zhuowen was quite familiar with the everlasting sword aura. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that this everlasting sword aura formation actually contained 3 major sword moves. The 3 major sword moves were Flying Sword Slash, Falling Flower Wave Breaking Attack, and Returning Heaven Sword Dance 9 consecutive moves. Among them, the Returning Heaven Sword Dance 9 consecutive moves was the most powerful. It was said that this sword move used 9 core main swords and 72 secondary swords. In an instant, 9 sword moves were consecutively released. Its power was said to be able to shatter a mountain into pieces. However, each of the 3 major sword moves of the everlasting sword aura was incomparably profound. Although Zhuowen had refined it for half a year, he had not even mastered the first move, Flying Sword Slash. At the moment, Zhuowen could only control the everlasting sword aura to perform ordinary attacks and defenses. However, with the might of the everlasting sword aura, even if it was just an ordinary attack and defense, it would not be weaker than an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. If he could learn the 3 major sword moves with his strength at the profound Earth King realm, he would probably be able to kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Zhuowen stored the everlasting sword aura into his Qingquan bag. Then, he noticed that Grandmaster Songmu was looking at him from a nearby courtyard. With a faint smile, Zhuowen strode towards Grandmaster Songmu and said, "Old man Songmu, I didn't expect you to be waiting for me here so early in the morning. I'm afraid you have something important to tell me." Grandmaster Songmu smiled as he looked at Zhuowen. With a wave of his sleeve, a silver token shot towards Zhuowen. "This is City Lord Ouyang's waist token?" After receiving the silver token, Zhuowen noticed that the word Ouyang was written on the front of the token, while the word Yuntu was written on the back. Obviously, this was Ouyang Yuntu's waist token. "Yes, City Lord Ouyang came to look for you 3 months ago. When he saw that you were in seclusion, he did not disturb you. Instead, he left his waist token and asked you to bring it to the City Lord Mansion when you came out of seclusion." Grandmaster Songmu nodded slightly and said calmly, "Oh, why is City Lord Ouyang looking for me?" Holding the silver token, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "I don't know. After all, City Lord Ouyang didn't tell me anything at that time. However, everything will become clear when you go to the City Lord Mansion to look for City Lord Ouyang." Grandmaster Songmu shook his head. "All right then, I'll go to the City Lord Mansion to take a look." Chapter 298. A gunshot splatter Broken Rock City was many times larger than Rot Tan Armor City. On the way to the city governor's mansion, Zhuowen took a quick look at the bustling scene of Broken Rock City. He could not help but secretly praise the foundation of a super city. After passing through a few main streets, Zhuowen saw a huge building in the center of the city from afar. He knew that the majestic building should be the Broken Rock City's City Lord Mansion. Along the way, quite a number of people had noticed Zhuowen, but most of them did not pay much attention to him. Although Zhuowen's reputation in Broken Rock City had spread far and wide due to the Arcana Grand Ceremony, only the VIPs in the Arcana Trial Field had seen Zhuowen's face. Most of the residents of Broken Rock City had only heard of Zhuowen's name and had never seen Zhuowen in person. That was why Zhuowen did not attract much attention when he walked on the streets. Arriving in front of the main entrance of the City Lord's Mansion, Zhuowen looked at the 3 large words City Lord's Mansion that were written in bold strokes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he prepared to step into the mansion. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly sounded from a nearby street. Zhuowen's ears twitched slightly as he furrowed his brows and turned his head to look. With his strength, he could instantly tell that the sound of hurried horse hooves could not be produced by one person. Only a group of at least 10 people could produce such a loud and clear sound. That's strange. It's rare to see someone who dares to ride a horse so arrogantly in the vicinity of the City Lord's Mansion. Zhuowen muttered softly as he looked at the end of the street. Not long after, a dozen figures riding tall horses suddenly appeared at the end of the street. Moreover, these people did not have any scruples at all. Even though there were pedestrians on both sides of the street, not only did they not slow down, they even waved their whips to increase their speed. My stall. They've all been trampled. I was knocked down. My right arm was dislocated and fractured. How can we do business like this? The customers were all scared away. The stalls and pedestrians on both sides of the street were all knocked away by the rampaging horse caravan. Some of the pedestrians who couldn't dodge in time were directly sent flying and vomited blood. In an instant, the originally quiet and tranquil street was suddenly disturbed by the sudden appearance of this group of horses. However, the strange thing was that no one dared to step out and criticize this group of horses that were charging forward. Instead, no one dared to speak out. At the front of the group was a young lady wearing a red veil. Her pure white, jade-like hand held a fiery red whip. She gently waved her jade-like hand and violently slapped the horse's buttocks, continuously increasing its speed. A silver bell-like laughter was also slowly transmitted over. "Miss, there's a person standing in front of the mansion. What should we do?" A middle-aged man with a full beard beside the red-clothed girl suddenly said to the girl. Hearing this, the red-clothed young lady also saw Zhuowen standing in front of the mansion. An arc suddenly surfaced from the corners of her Inghong mouth as she sneered. "Let's go straight over. Since this person is blocking our path, he deserves to die. At that time, we'll just take out some silver and give it to this fellow's family." When the middle-aged man heard this, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he followed closely beside the young lady. Evidently, this wasn't the first time that the young lady had done something like this. Looking at the group of horses that didn't slow down, but instead sped up, Zhuan's eyes immediately narrowed. He knew that this group of horses that were galloping towards him probably didn't care about his life at all. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Muttering softly, Zhuan stared at the group of horses that were galloping towards him. He secretly circulated the yuan power in his body as he prepared to deal with the incoming attack. The horse that the young lady was riding at the front of the group instantly arrived in front of Zhuan. Just as the strong horse's hooves were about to step on Zhuan's body, Zhuan's footsteps suddenly shifted. His right hand was like a nimble snake as he grabbed the reins. Subsequently, his left hand carried the force of 1,000 pounds as it violently struck the horse's neck. Nay! After receiving such a heavy blow, the horse immediately raised its head and let out a mournful neigh. Its forehooves were in a mess as it violently fell to the side. The young lady dressed in red clearly didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Her delicate body swayed wildly as her lower body became unstable. Fortunately, the young lady's reaction was fast enough. She stared at Zhuan in front of her and waved her jade-like hand. The fiery red whip suddenly lashed toward Zhuan, intending to use him as a cushion. Zhuan's gaze hardened as he coldly snorted. His right hand grabbed at the air and directly grabbed the red whip that was lashing towards him. After which, he suddenly exerted some force and directly pulled the unruly red-clothed young lady over. After which, he shook his hand once again and a powerful force was transmitted along with the whip. The young lady, who was in midair, was immediately sent flying by this powerful force. Young lady, due to this unforeseen event, the group immediately stopped their horses. The middle-aged man, who was closest to the young lady, immediately revealed a worried expression. With a loud shout, he directly burst forth with yuan power. With a leap, he caught the young lady who was sent flying. After a few leaps in midair, he steadily stopped on the ground. Looking at the middle-aged man, who burst forth with powerful yuan power, Zhuan's gaze slightly focused as he softly muttered to himself, "Perfect Earth King stage?" The strength of the group wasn't very high. Among them, the middle-aged man should be considered the strongest person in the group. As for the young lady dressed in red, she was even younger than Zhuan, and her strength was only a corporeal yang stage. She posed no threat to Zhuan at all. You actually dare to injure young lady. You must be tired of living. This person is extremely daring. Kill him. At this time, the rest of the group reacted one after another. Immediately, they all glared at Zhuan. Only a clanging sound could be heard as these people took out their respective weapons and directly charged towards Zhuan. Slightly furrowing his brows, Zhuan didn't expect these people to attack just like that. Moreover, they were in front of the city lord's mansion's entrance. These people's actions were too arrogant. It seems like these people should be from the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to attack in front of the city lord's mansion. However, even if they are from the city lord's mansion, I, Zhuan, am not afraid. With Cho, the strongest person in Broken Rock City, behind him, even Ouyang Yunta wouldn't dare to casually touch Zhuan. Moreover, with Zhuan's character, it wasn't suitable for him to avoid everything. Scram! Otherwise die. With a cold snort, Zhuan took a step forward. The aura of an advanced Earth King stage suddenly burst out from his body. Violent yuan power formed a violent yuan power hurricane around his body. Suddenly, it violently collided with the people rushing towards him from all directions. Oh my god, he is actually an Earth King stage expert. This kid is only 17 years old. How can he be so strong? The other people in the group were basically in the Human King stage. Only the middle-aged man was relatively strong. At this time, the middle-aged man was protecting the red-clothed girl. He didn't join the others in attacking Zhuan. Thus, under the effect of the yuan power hurricane released from Zhuan's body, the dozen or so people who had rushed over were all sent flying backwards at a speed even faster than before. In the end, they crashed heavily onto the ground, and for a moment, miserable screams rose and fell one after another. Looking at the yuan power hurricane around Zhuowen's body, the middle-aged man not far away couldn't help but turn pale with frown. He whispered, "This young man is so young, but he actually has the strength of an advanced Earth King stage expert. I'm afraid he is a genius from a big family in the city." At this time, the red-clothed girl's face was already red with anger. The fall of the horse just now made her lose face. Her heart was already filled with anger towards the culprit, Zhuowen. "Uncle Lu, go and capture this damned fellow. I want to properly torture this damned fellow. Since he dared to embarrass me, I'll have you pay with your life." The red-clothed girl stomped her foot and said to the middle-aged man beside her in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Miss, I'm afraid this young man is not an ordinary person. Perhaps he is a genius from a big family in the city. I'm afraid we can't offend him." The middle-aged man looked hesitant. "What are you afraid of? Our city lord's mansion is the manager of Broken Rock City. Which family doesn't follow our city lord's mansion's lead? So what if this guy is a genius from a big family? If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. Hurry up and kill this kid." The red-clothed girl's face was gloomy as she shouted at the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. Then he looked at the young man in front of him with pity and muttered, "This young man's talent is not bad. Unfortunately, he has offended the young lady. I'm afraid that such a good talent will be ruined because of this." The middle-aged man was quite confident in dealing with the young man in front of him. After all, he was a perfect Earth King stage warrior, while the young man in front of him was only at the advanced Earth King stage. There was a small gap between the two of them. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man patted his chinquin bag and took out a broadsword. He stomped his foot on the ground and rushed toward Zhuowen with endless yuan power. "Kid, with such talent, you should have a great future. But now that you have offended Miss, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If you want to regret it, you should regret it in hell." In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhuowen and muttered to himself. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on the hilt of the broadsword and slashed it toward Zhuowen's head. When the nearby red-clothed young girl saw the middle-aged man swing his saber towards Zhuowen, her beautiful face instantly revealed a delighted expression, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on the corners of her mouth as she said, "In Broken Rock City, no one has ever dared to offend this young Mississippi. Since you have offended me, you should be prepared to die." Boom! The broadsword was wrapped in the power of tearing through the air. Finally, it heavily chopped down. The powerful force instantly smashed a huge, deep hole in the ground, and for a moment, dust filled the air. "Although I have no enmity with you, you have offended Mississippi. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky." The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He walked back with his broadsword in hand. He did not believe that the young man could survive such a heavy blow. "Unlucky? Then the one who is unlucky is you." A clear voice suddenly sounded in the middle-aged man's ear. Then, the middle-aged man felt a strong wind coming from behind him. "He's not dead." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He turned around and slashed with his broadsword. Boom! An ink-black spear suddenly pierced forward. With a clang, it pressed against the back of the blade. Then, the spear suddenly spun, and traces of sparks abruptly appeared. Then the back of the blade actually pierced through like a poisonous snake, instantly piercing through the middle-aged man's shoulder chi. Chapter 299. The green armored man's cold tip of the spear was accompanied by fresh blood as it violently shot out. The middle-aged man stared at the wound on his shoulder in a daze. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. He truly did not expect that he would be injured so cleanly. Ignoring the middle-aged man who was still in a daze, Zhuowen tightened his right hand and flicked the long spear. A powerful force immediately sent the middle-aged man's body flying backwards, setting off a wave of air. Boom! The middle-aged man's sturdy body was like a withered leaf as he slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Dust filled the air and obscured one's vision. The scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. The dozen people who were sent flying by Zhuowen looked as if they had seen a ghost as they stared at the deep pit, and the slender figure standing unscathed. They did not expect that the middle-aged man, who was at perfect Earth King stage, would be defeated by the young man in front of them. What made them even more bitter was that the young man in front of them was only at advanced Earth King stage, which was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. Yet, he was able to defeat the middle-aged man with such strength. This showed that the young man in front of them was not ordinary. Not far away, the young lady in red, who had a sneer on her face, looked at the middle-aged man lying in the deep pit. The sneer on her pretty face instantly froze as she stared at the young man in front of her in disbelief. "How dare you touch the people of the city governor's mansion? Let me tell you, you are dead meat." However, the surprise on the young lady's face only lasted for a moment before she pointed at Juan and sneered. "Ridiculous, seeing that you are also dressed in brocade clothes and have a bright appearance. Yet you are so uneducated. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Looking at the young lady who was still making a fuss in front of him, Juan's face immediately revealed a trace of impatience. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived in front of the young lady. His right hand lifted her collar, and his gaze was densely cold. The young lady in red did not expect the young man in front of her to be so bold as to lift her up. Her pretty face was startled for a moment before an embarrassed expression appeared on her face. She stared fiercely at the young man in front of her and said, "How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? I am a direct descendant of the City Lord's mansion. My father is the City Lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu. If you dare to touch me, my father will definitely not let you off." Zhuowen couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the girl before him to be a direct descendant of the City Lord's estate. Moreover, Ouyang Yuntu was her father. No wonder she was so arrogant and despotic. When the red-clothed girl saw the stunned expression on Zhuowen's face, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency on her pretty face. She coldly laughed and said, "Now you know fear. If you're scared, then let me go now. Maybe I'll leave you with an intact corpse later so that you won't die so miserably." "Pa!" The crisp sound of slap rang out. Zhuowen raised his hand and gave the noisy young girl a slap. He coldly said, "So what if you are a direct descendant of the City Lord mansion? So what if your father is Ouyang Yuntu? With City Lord Ouyang's wisdom, it can be said that it is a stain on his reputation to have raised a wastrel like you. Now, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of City Lord Ouyang." The red-clothed girl covered her swollen right cheek and looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. She didn't expect the young man before her to slap her without any mercy. "You dare to slap me? Even my father has never slapped me. You dare to slap me?" The red-clothed girl covered her right cheek. Traces of moisture appeared in her beautiful eyes as she hysterically cried out, "Dang, dang, dang." At this moment, a wave of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from the City Lord's mansion. Subsequently, a middle-aged man in green armor walked out of the mansion with a group of guards. "Captain Liu, quickly save me. This person doesn't put our City Lord's mansion in his eyes at all. Moreover, he even threatened to kill me. Quickly save me." The red-clothed girl suddenly saw the man in green armor coming out of the mansion. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. It was as if she had grasped at a life-saving straw as she cried out in a delicate voice. The man in green armor had clearly also seen the situation at the red-clothed young lady's side. In addition to the messy scene in front of the mansion, his gaze immediately turned gloomy. His right hand lifted the long green spear on his back as he directly walked over. "How dare you behave so atrociously in our City Lord's mansion? I think you don't want to live anymore." Looking at the man in green armor who attacked without any reason, Zhuan's eyes also darkened. He could feel that the man in front of him was at least at the initial Heavenly King stage. With a cold snort, he threw the red-clothed girl in his hand toward the man who was charging toward him. Looking at the red-clothed girl who was thrown toward him, the man in green armor's face twitched. His right hand withdrew the spear, and his left hand reached out and caught the red-clothed girl by her waist. Then, he directly landed on the ground and looked at the young man not far away with a cold gaze. "Captain Liu, you have to be careful. This guy in front of us is quite strong." Even Uncle Lu suffered a loss at his hands. After safely landing on the ground, the red-clothed girl sighed softly and then glared at Zhuan, who was not far away, with resentment in her eyes. Even Uncle Lu suffered a loss at his hands. The man in green armor narrowed his eyes and saw a figure with a weak aura in a deep pit not far away. It was the Uncle Lu that the red-clothed girl had mentioned. A little brat at the advanced Earth King stage can actually defeat a perfect Earth King stage warrior. It seems like you're not simple. However, in my hands, you still can't escape the fate of death. The man in green armor's eyes became cold again. His feet lightly stepped on the ground, and his right hand stretched out. The long green spear was like a ferocious beast. The spear shot out, and the powerful force caused the surrounding air to boil. This guy is only at the advanced Earth King stage. With Captain Lu's initial Heavenly King stage strength, it should be easy for you to capture him. How dare he hit me? This guy deserves to die. The red-clothed girl became angrier as she thought about it. Her eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as she looked at Zhuan. Initial Heavenly King stage? I would like to see if I can defeat an initial Heavenly King stage expert with just the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear without using any of my trump cards. Looking at the man in green armor who was rushing towards him, Zhuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His 5 fingers clenched the handle of the spear, and then he suddenly loosened his grip. The long black spear in his hand suddenly began to spin at high speed. Then, Zhuan's feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and the soles of his feet were filled with lightning. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage. So fast? This kid is obviously only at the Earth King stage, but his speed is actually a little dazzling. Looking at the young man who had almost turned into an afterimage, the man in green armor's face turned cold. Then he swung his arms, and the long green spear in his hand came to an emergency stop. Then he instantly turned around, and with a clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Your reaction is quite fast. However, I don't know if you can take this move of mine. Demon Moon Secret Manual, Full Moon Tower. A clear voice suddenly came from behind the man in green armor, causing his hair to stand on end. The shock in his heart became even more intense. The young man in front of him was ridiculously strong. It didn't seem like the strength of an Earth King stage cultivator at all. The moment the man in green armor was shocked, the long black spear behind him had already drawn a silver arc in the air. It seemed slow but fast as it slashed toward the man's neck. Damn it! Green armor. The azure-armored man suddenly shouted. Clanging sounds rang out, and the azure-armored man's azure-colored armor emitted a burst of azure-colored light. Then, a layer of azure-colored armor appeared around his neck. Clang! The clear sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Then, the long spear behind him ruthlessly collided with the green armor on the man's neck. Immediately, sparks flew in all directions, and it was exceptionally dazzling. Boom! The strong repulsion force caused the man in green armor to involuntarily retreat a dozen steps. Holding the spear with both hands, he suddenly stopped his body. Then, a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes as he looked at the young man in front of him. A trace of surprise appeared in Zhuo Wen's eyes as he gazed at the green armor around the man's neck. Originally, he had thought that the attack that had slid towards the man's neck would finish him off. However, he did not expect that the green armor on the man's body was actually able to extend to his neck and protect his vitals. It's quite a strange armor. However, you won't be so lucky next time. Now, I'll finish you off with one move. Licking his lips, Zhuo suddenly bit his thumb. Then, he gently wiped the handle of the spear. Bright red blood smeared the black handle of the spear into a somewhat demonic red. A pungent smell of blood suddenly emitted from the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear. Demon Moon's Secret Manual Second Style, Blood Moon Soul Hook. Fiercely stomping his foot, Zhuo Wen's spear shot out like a dragon, and his steps were like the wind. Countless spear shadows appeared in the air like raindrops, and an enormous blood-red moon suddenly rose under the cover of the spear shadows. An extremely powerful aura poured down along with the rise of the blood-red moon. You want to finish me off with one move? It's not as easy as you think. Green abyss falling rain spear. The green-armored man gritted his teeth, and the green spear in his hands danced beautifully. Then he suddenly thrust out the spear, and in an instant, it turned into countless green rain curtains. Every drop of rainwater in the rain curtains was like the sharpest hidden weapon in the world, able to kill upon contact with blood. In just an instant, the green rain curtains and the blood-red crescent moon collided. The green and blood-red radiance intertwined and blended into a strange brown color. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. An ear-piercing explosion sound rang out in the air. Endless waves of air surged out in all directions like the waves of the sea. Zhuowen's face was as heavy as water. His right hand suddenly tightened on the handle of the spear as he shouted, "Break for me!" The blood-red crescent moon exploded with a dense blood-red light. It actually suppressed the green rain curtain in an instant. Then, an ear-piercing cracking sound rang out. The green rain curtain that had no gaps gradually began to crack. In the end, the rain curtain collapsed inch by inch. Pucci, a mouthful of blood was spat out. The man in green armor's face became incomparably pale. His entire body was like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. Chapter 300. Meeting the City Lord. How is this possible? Captain Liu is an initial Heavenly King stage expert, and this guy is only an advanced Earth King stage expert. How is it possible that even Captain Liu is no match for him? The red-clothed girl's face was filled with disbelief. Her pupils shrank as she stared blankly at the young man in front of her. Her cherry lips couldn't help but open slightly. Slowly withdrawing his spear, Zhuowen looked at the mess around him and felt rather helpless. Originally, he had only come to look for Ouyang Yuntu. He didn't expect to get himself into such big trouble. Whoosh! At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly came from the depths of the City Lord's mansion. Then, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of the mansion's entrance. What a powerful aura! Feeling the powerful aura that suddenly transmitted over, Zhuowen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His gaze was firmly fixed on the tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of the entrance. The newcomer was a middle-aged man about 30 years old. He wore a long green robe and had a mustache at the corner of his mouth. He gave off the feeling of a profiteer. However, what made Zhuowen fearful was that this person's aura was no weaker than that of the Zhao family's ancestor. Obviously, this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared should be an expert at the half-step Ultimate Emperor's stage. The red-clothed girl stared at the middle-aged man who had just appeared. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said loudly, "Third uncle, I didn't expect you to actually come. Hurry up and help me teach this arrogant brat a lesson." Uncle Liu and Captain Liu were both defeated by this guy. He's too arrogant. The corners of the green-robed man's mouth curled into a smile. However, he did not pay any attention to the red-clothed young lady. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen below and said with a gentle smile, "This little brother should be Zhuowen, who has been the talk of the town in Broken Rock City recently. You should be here today to look for the governor." Zhuowen was startled. It seemed that the man in front of him wasn't here to look for trouble. It should be Ouyang Yunta who had come to greet him. He nodded slightly and said, "This one is indeed Zhuowen." However, how did Senior know that this one was Zhuowen? The green-clothed man faintly smiled and flicked his finger. Immediately, Zhuowen felt his chest heat up and the silver waist token in his collar shot towards the green-clothed man uncontrollably. There aren't many people in Broken Rock City who have the City Lord's token. Furthermore, little brother is so young. I'm afraid only little brother Zhuowen can do it. Holding the silver waist token, the green-clothed man smiled elegantly. Looking at the silver medallion in the azure-clothed man's hand, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of understanding. This silver medallion was Ouyang Yuntu's personal item. Ouyang Yuntu had long since noticed that Zhuowen had brought it here. Father's token? Not far away. The red-clothed girl who was originally angry looked at the silver waist token in the green-clothed man's hand, and a trace of shock immediately appeared on her pretty face. As a direct descendant of the city lord's mansion, the red-clothed girl clearly knew how precious Ouyang Yuntu's token was. To put it bluntly, even a daughter like her would find it difficult to obtain this silver waist token. But now, such a precious token had actually appeared on the ordinary youth in front of her. This caused the red-clothed girl, whose face was originally full of anger, to suddenly not dare to utter a word. She only looked at the youth in front of her with a complicated expression. She knew that this youth's background was probably not ordinary. "Little brother Zhuowen, come with me. The city lord is waiting for you in his study." Carefully examining the silver waist token in his hand, the green-clothed man's smile became even wider as he spoke to Zhuowen rather courteously. After hesitating for a moment, Zhuowen scanned the mess around him and said somewhat uncertainly, "Just now, I had no choice but to injure your city lord's mansion's guards. Little brother Zhuowen, you can rest assured. I naturally know the ins and outs of the matter." Lu Yi and Lu Huitian both took the initiative to attack little brother. "Even if little brother kills them, our city lord's mansion will not blame you." As the green-clothed man spoke to her, his gaze slightly focused on the red-clothed girl in front of the door, who was at a loss as to what to do. He continued, "With little brother Zhuowen's current status and strength, even if you kill a good-for-nothing direct descendant, I'm afraid the city lord won't even frown. If little brother Zhuowen wants, I can help you clean up the house." The green-clothed man's words immediately caused the red-clothed girl's pretty face to become deathly pale. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Although she was indeed a direct descendant of the city lord's mansion, there were too many direct descendants in the city lord's mansion. Ouyang Yuntu really didn't care about the life and death of these direct descendants. Only those direct descendants with exceptional talent, strength, and potential would be valued by Ouyang Yuntu and nurtured by the city lord's mansion. The red-clothed girl's talent was very ordinary. Moreover, she didn't work hard enough. Her status among the direct descendants was not high. Her arrogance and despotism was only toward the servants and ordinary people. If she were to face the direct descendants with high status, she would have been respectful and wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit rash. Hearing the green-clothed man's somewhat ruthless words, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He couldn't help but glance at the pale-faced girl not far away. However, he shook his head and said, "No need. I've already taught her a lesson. There is no need for Senior to personally take action. Since City Lord Ouyang is looking for me, let's go." The green-clothed man looked deeply at the youth in front of him. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He directly led Zhuowen into the depths of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the gradually fading figure, the red-clothed girl's eyes were filled with a complicated and grateful expression. She knew that if it weren't for Zhuowen's words, the green-clothed man would probably have killed her. She was very clear that although this nominal third uncle of hers looked very gentle on the surface, if he really wanted to kill, he would be cold and ruthless. Even if she was related to the green-clothed man by blood, he would probably kill her without a frown. "This time, I really kick an iron plate. This youth named Zhuowen has a big background. He actually is father's waist token. It seems that father values him a lot. But why do I feel that the name Zhuowen is so familiar? I remember, half a year ago, the champion of the Arcana ceremony was a youth named Zhuowen. This person can't be that Zhuowen, right?" Letting out a sigh of relief, the red-clothed girl lowered her head and pondered. She thought of someone, and a bitter smile suddenly appeared on her face. She knew that if that youth was really the champion of the Arcana ceremony, Zhuowen, she really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to offend this person. Under the guidance of the green-clothed man, the two quickly entered the depths of the city lord's mansion and stopped in front of a rather majestic pavilion. "Little brother Zhuowen, the city lord is waiting for you inside. You can go in alone. I'll take my leave first." The green-clothed man pointed at the pavilion in front of him. After saying this, he directly left. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen directly entered the pavilion. As soon as he entered, Zhuowen saw a mighty figure sitting on the main seat in the hall, looking at him with a smile. It was the owner of the city lord's mansion, Ouyang Yuntu. At the same time, there was another person sitting next to Ouyang Yuntu. Zhuowen turned his head and saw that it was Qiu Chou. At this moment, Qiu Chou's face was also carrying a smile. Zhuowen greets City Lord Ouyang and Senior Qiu. Taking a step forward, Zhuowen knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to the two of them. Zhuowen, you don't need to be so courteous. With your powerful spiritual force talent, I'm afraid that you'll break through to become a 4th-grade Arcana Master very soon. At that time, your status won't be too far off from ours. Ouyang Yuntu extended his right hand and helped Zhuowen's figure up from the ground. He smiled as he spoke. He nodded slightly. Once an Arcana Master reached the 4th grade, their status would undergo an earth-shattering change. Their status would probably be much higher than that of an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. They would even be comparable to those high and mighty royal nobles. The reason Ouyang Yuntu spoke to Zhuowen as an equal was not only because of Zhuowen's terrifying spiritual force talent, but also because of the close relationship between Zhuowen and Qiu Chou. Then I'll have to thank City Lord Ouyang. Zhuowen did not stand on ceremony. He nodded slightly and found a seat to sit down. He looked at Ouyang Yuntu and asked, "May I know why City Lord Ouyang is looking for me?" Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou looked at each other, then smiled and said, "There's only a year left until the Origin Energy Tower battle in Muqin County. This old man heard that little friend Zhuowen is also planning to participate in the Origin Energy Tower battle." "Oh, City Lord Ouyang is looking for me because of the Origin Energy Tower battle?" Zhuowen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Not exactly, but it's somewhat related to the Origin Energy Tower battle in a year's time. Senior Qiu told this old man that your martial talent is not weak. I heard that you've already reached the Advanced Earth King stage, right?" Ouyang Yuntu muttered to himself. Zhuowen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Being able to reach the initial Earth King stage at your age is already a pretty good talent. Moreover, we saw how you cleanly defeated Lu Huitian in the City Lord's Mansion. It's obvious that your true strength should be around the Advanced Heavenly King stage. However, this kind of strength is not enough to enter the Origin Energy Tower battle. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and frowned. Not enough to enter the Origin Energy Tower? Zhuowen knew that the battle for the Vitality Tower was a grand event that occurred once every 100 years in Muqin County. It was bound to bring together countless talented people from the entire Muqin County. Moreover, there were many experts who were ranked on the Azure Emperor ranking in the Azure Mystic Empire. However, Zhuowen had many trump cards in his hands. He was very confident that he would perform well in the Origin Energy Tower battle in a year's time. The only regret was that his cultivation was too low. However, Zhuowen did not take Ouyang Yuntu's words seriously. Ouyang Yuntu also saw the disapproval on Zhuowen's face. He shook his head slightly and said, "This old man knows that you might have some powerful trump cards. Moreover, you have the Grade 4 Origin Formation Boundless Sword Aura that you obtained from the Arcana ceremony. However, this old man can clearly tell you that even if you have a powerful Grade 4 Origin Formation like the Boundless Sword Aura, it will still be difficult for you to enter the top 100 in the Origin Energy Tower battle." Chapter 301. 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool. This old man can clearly tell you this. According to this old man's knowledge, there are at least several hundred cultivators who are at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm or higher among the geniuses participating in the Origin Chi Tower battle. Moreover, there are close to 100 cultivators who might already be at the Ultimate Emperor realm. Although your Boundless Sword Aura is very powerful, it is still lacking when compared to an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Ouyang Yuntu's expression immediately turned serious as he slowly spoke in a solemn tone. Zhuowen's pupils shrank when he heard this. He felt a trace of disbelief in his heart. Several hundred half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators and close to 100 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Just Muqin County alone had so many young experts. It was indeed a little difficult for the Boundless Sword Aura to match an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, if Zhuowen could comprehend the 3 great sword moves within the Boundless Sword Aura, then he wouldn't need to fear an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. But right now, Zhuowen hadn't even comprehended the first move, so he couldn't unleash the full power of the boundless sword aura. It seems that I've underestimated the charm of the Origin Chi Tower battle. I never thought that Muqin County alone would produce so many geniuses. However, City Lord Ouyang shouldn't have called me here just to discuss this matter, right? Zhuowen smiled bitterly as he suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Young friend Zhuowen is indeed smart. I've called you here today because of Senior Chio's request. I've specially come to lend you a hand. This old man has a method that can allow you to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm in this final year. If your comprehension is high enough, you might even be able to directly ascend to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Ouyang Yunta lightly tapped his right index finger on the armrest of his seat as he spoke words that even surprised Zhuowen. Allow me to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm in a year? Zhuowen couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard this. His heart abruptly skipped a beat. In fact, Zhuowen had not cultivated for a long time, only about 3 years in total. In these 3 years, Zhuowen had gone from nothing to the great completion Earth King realm. This showed that Zhuowen's talent was quite monstrous. Even so, Zhuowen wasn't confident that he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm in the following year. After one's strength had reached the Earth King realm, every single advancement was extremely arduous. If it weren't for the numerous fortuitous encounters Zhuowen had, he probably wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. But now, Ouyang Yunta said that he had a way to help Zhuowen reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm within a year. How could Zhuowen not be overjoyed? Although he was wild with joy, Zhuowen didn't immediately lose his rationality. After taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmly said, "A method that can allow an Earth King realm cultivator to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm within a year? I'm afraid it's not that easy to obtain, right?" Ouyang Yuntu and Cho revealed a trace of astonishment as they looked at the calm and composed youth in front of them. To be able to remain calm in the face of such a huge temptation, this youth's temperament was truly frightening. Little friend Zhuowen, have you heard of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool? Ouyang Yunta pondered for a moment before asking. When Zhuowen heard this, he shook his head blankly. He had never heard of this so-called 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. When Ouyang Yunta saw Zhuowen's confused expression, he didn't seem surprised in the slightest. He continued, "The method this old man mentioned that will allow you to reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm in a year is related to the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool. As everyone knows, once a cultivator's strength reaches the Ultimate Emperor realm, their lifespan will greatly increase. It can reach hundreds or even thousands of years. It also has the effect of rejuvenating one's youth. The Ultimate Emperor realm is divided into 9 small realms, from the first wheel to the 9th wheel. The 9th wheel is the pinnacle of the Ultimate Emperor realm. If one breaks through, they will reach the legendary 4th revered realm. The reason why an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator's lifespan and strength can greatly increase is mainly because the blood in their body is nourished by the energy of the world. It gradually transforms into a golden color, and the golden blood contains the veins of the world. This is the source of the Ultimate Emperor realm strength. The thicker the golden blood in an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator's body, the stronger they will naturally be. The 9th wheel is the pinnacle of the Ultimate Emperor realm. At this time, the golden blood in a cultivator's body has already reached its thickest state. To be blunt, a single drop of blood from an existence at this level might be able to split a mountain. The 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool is a pool formed from 3 drops of blood essence from a fallen Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. This pool contains the power and comprehension of the Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. If you can soak in the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool for 3 days and absorb a trace of the blood essence within, you will at least break through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm within a year. When he reached this point, Ouyang Yunta suddenly stopped and quietly looked at the young man before him. Zhuowen's heart was shaken by Ouyang Yuntu's words. The 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool was actually formed from 3 drops of blood essence from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. One had to know that once a cultivator reached the Ultimate Emperor Realm, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through. Who among those who could reach the Ultimate Emperor Realm wasn't a peerless genius? This kind of cultivator had long surpassed an ordinary royal noble and stood at the peak of the entire Qing Xian Empire. I didn't expect the origin of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool to be so great. However, if you want to soak in a 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool for a few days, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a price. City Lord Ouyang, please speak clearly. Zhuowen was very calm at this moment and said indifferently, looking at the calm Zhuowen in front of them. Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou both nodded. Ouyang Yuntu then continued. There's no such thing as a free meal in this world. The 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool was discovered by a cultivator from the City Lord's mansion 3 months ago. It's located near the Blood Swamp, not far from Broken Rock City. However, it's a pity that the people of the other super city and Ding City also discovered the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool at the same time. For this reason, our 2 big cities have already sent people to negotiate. However, from the beginning to the end, we were unable to reach an agreement. In the end, we decided to use a competition to determine the ownership of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. Both sides will send out 3 cultivators, and the winner will be decided by 2 out of 3 matches. However, the strength of the 3 cultivators sent by both sides must be below the Ultimate Emperor Realm. When Zhuowen heard this, he immediately asked, doubtfully, why do you want to limit the strength of the cultivators from both sides? Ouyang Yuntu smiled faintly and said, because the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool is only formed from 3 drops of blood essence from a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. It doesn't have much effect on Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators will simply be wasting the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. Only cultivators below the Ultimate Emperor Realm can bring out the greatest effect. So that's how it is. However, City Lord Ouyang is giving one of the 3 spots to compete for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool to me. I'm afraid this is a little too precious. Zhuowen cupped his hands and said with a smile, this is nothing. In the last Arcana ceremony, my young friend Zhua, when represented Broken Rock City, and won the championship. You have brought glory to Broken Rock City. I haven't thanked you for that yet. Moreover, Senior Qiu also thinks highly of you, so this old man decided to give one of the spots to you. Ouyang Yuntu waved his hand and said with a laugh. Although Ouyang Yuntu looked very relaxed, Zhuowen also knew that the former had made this decision with great determination. After all, the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool was very beneficial to cultivators below the Ultimate Emperor Realm. Ouyang Yuntu giving one of the spots to him meant that their City Lord's mansion had one less half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator with potential. After taking a deep look at Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou, Zhuowen bowed deeply and said seriously, many thanks to the 2 seniors for giving me this opportunity. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Zhuowen, when did you become so wishy-washy? Since we've given you a spot, that means we recognize your strength. After all, it's still unknown whether our Broken Rock City can obtain the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. All of this still depends on your efforts. Qiu Chou, who had been silent all this time, waved his hand impatiently and said in an indifferent tone, Senior Qiu, don't worry. Since the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool is so important, Zhuowen, will definitely win it. Zhuowen was startled for a moment, but then he smiled faintly and said, young people should have this kind of drive. The contest for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool will take place in about 10 days. Come back to the City Lord's mansion in 10 days. At that time, we'll bring the other 2 little fellows to the Blood Swamp with you. I heard that you've already finished refining the Boundless Astral Sword. Use these 10 days to familiarize yourself with the usage of the Boundless Astral Sword. 10 days later, this old man is looking forward to your performance. After saying that, Qiu Chou waved his hand slightly and continued. I have some things to say to Ouyang Yuntu. You can leave first. Remember to gather at the City Lord's mansion in 10 days. After nodding seriously, Zhuowen respectfully cupped his hands towards the 2 of them and said, I won't disappoint the two seniors. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Zhuowen directly left the hall, leaving the two of them in silence. "Senior Qiu, do you really believe in Zhuowen's strength so much? You should know that in order to empty this spot, this junior directly took away that girl Ouyang Liushui's spot. I'm afraid that girl is now mad with anger." After Zhuowen left, Ouyang Yunta put his hand to his forehead and said somewhat helplessly, "Ouyang, when do you think this old man's intuition was wrong? During the Arcana ceremony, didn't this old man feel that this little fellow Zhuowen wasn't simple? So I agreed to that old dog Huiyun's bet? What was the result? In the end, this old man still won, and that little fellow Zhuowen won the Arcana ceremony in the end, didn't he?" Cho Cho cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Yuntu and said with a faint smile, "That's true, but although Zhuowen's mental power talent is amazing, it doesn't mean that his martial talent is as abnormal as his mental power. If this contest for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool is lost because of him, then..." Ouyang Yuntu's face was full of helplessness. "Ouyang, this old man is helping you. Today, you gave a spot to Zhuowen, which means that Zhuowen owes you a favor. Given Zhuowen's talent and mental energy, he will not be an ordinary person in the future. Don't tell me that the favor of such a monstrous genius is not worth a small 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool." Cho Cho narrowed his eyes and coldly said. Chapter 302. Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Zhuowen directly returned to Grandmaster Karaki's mansion. Due to the fact that Zhuowen was refining the boundless sword aura, the original loft that was meant for him to cultivate and had already collapsed. Therefore, Grandmaster Karaki purposely chose a rather quiet loft as Zhuowen's cultivation place. After returning to the loft, Zhuowen took out a jade slip from his Chinquan bag. His eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Right now, my trump card to the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, the boundless sword aura, and the holy ice-fire symbol. I can control the first two, but I can't fuse the holy ice-fire symbol with the earth-rank ice-fire symbol with my current physical fitness. It seems that I have to improve my physical fitness. I've obtained this jade stone body tempering technique a long time ago, but I haven't practiced it yet. I can use these 10 days to practice the jade stone body tempering technique." Zhuowen muttered to himself as he looked at the jade strip in his hand. The jade stone body tempering technique was a rather powerful body refining technique, and its level should have reached the heaven rank. It was not much different from the primeval dragon chant fist and the blood tyrant fist that Zhuowen cultivated. However, the former was a body refining technique, while the latter two were offensive techniques. Compared to offensive techniques, body tempering techniques were much rarer. This was also the reason why the Zhao family's ancestor treated the jade stone body tempering technique as a family heirloom. The jade stone body tempering technique was divided into 7 levels. There wasn't much of a threshold to cultivate this technique. As long as you had enough emperor pills, you could cultivate this body tempering technique to a very high level. At first, Zhuowen felt that the jade stone body tempering technique's characteristic of not requiring a threshold was quite good. However, after seeing the amount of emperor pills required, his heart couldn't help but beat violently. The first level of the jade stone body tempering technique required 5,000 emperor pills, the second level 10,000 emperor pills, the third level 20,000 emperor pills, and so on. The 6th level required 160,000 emperor pills. This was an astronomical figure. Zhuowen calculated that if he wanted to cultivate the jade stone body tempering technique to the 6th level, he would need 315,000 emperor pills. Even a big family like the Zhao family wouldn't be able to afford such a huge amount of emperor pills. On the other hand, Zhuowen had risked his life in the primordial cave to obtain around 150,000 Emperor Yuan pills. This amount of Emperor Yuan pills could only allow Zhuowen to cultivate to the 5th level. As for the 6th level, it was impossible. As for the 7th layer of the jade stone body tempering technique, it didn't require Emperor Essence pills. Instead, it required a kind of jade called refined crystal jade. Zhuowen knew about this jade. It was a very rare jade. Someone once took out this refined crystal jade and auctioned it for a sky-high price of 500,000 Emperor pills. One extravagant body tempering technique. Even with my current wealth, I can only cultivate it to the 5th level or so. The 6th level requires 160,000 Emperor pills. That's a terrifying amount. The 7th level's refined crystal jade is priceless. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to obtain it with my current ability. Looking at the contents of the jade slip in his palm, Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with helplessness. He was afraid that after he finished cultivating the jade stone body tempering technique, Zhuo would really become a pauper. Kid, can't you be more knowledgeable? Compared to the Emperor pills, the jade stone body tempering technique in your hand is a good thing. If this Dragon Lord's estimations aren't wrong, the toughness of your body will reach an unimaginable level once you reach the 7th level of this body refinement technique. I'm afraid that even some powerful Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators might not be able to injure your body. Just as Zhuowen was sighing, Xiaohei had appeared out of nowhere and was cursing at Zhuowen. She looked as if she expected better from him. Is the jade stone body tempering technique really that powerful? Even some powerful Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators won't be able to hurt it after cultivating to the 7th level? Zhuowen was stunned. He then looked at Xiaohei and asked, if you can cultivate to the 7th level, you will indeed be able to reach the level that I'm talking about. However, the refined crystal jade is a rather rare material. It's not easy to find it. However, if you can cultivate to the 6th level, you'll probably be able to use the ice flame sacred symbol to combine the extreme frost and earth fire to create an even stronger ice flame. Xiaohei rubbed her chin and spoke with conviction. Oh, cultivating to the 6th level means that I'll be able to combine 2 types of earth fire and ice energy? Zhuowen's face lit up with joy when he heard this. Logically speaking, it should be possible. However, I'm afraid that it'll be a little difficult. If you can cultivate to the 7th level, then you'll definitely be able to withstand the backlash from combining 2 types of earth fire and ice energy. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You should use the Emperor pills to cultivate the jade stone body tempering technique first. I really want to see this body tempering technique. Xiaohei waved her little paw as she spoke. Her face revealed a trace of anticipation. Zhuowen nodded lightly. He patted his Chinquan bag and took out 5,000 Emperor pills. His face revealed a pained expression as he decisively crushed the 5,000 Emperor pills. Immediately, the pills turned into a dense substance that flowed around Zhuowen's body. After crushing the Emperor pills, Zhuowen's hands immediately formed a few complicated seals. These seals were all indicated in the jade stone body tempering technique. At the same time, countless acupuncture points on Zhuowen's body opened up under the guidance of his thoughts. Traces of powerful suction force rose from the acupuncture points and sucked in the Emperor Qi that permeated the air. Under the effect of the Emperor's Qi, the muscles all over Zhuo Wen's body instantly swelled up. Zhuo Wen's originally muscular body actually looked a little bloated and pudgy under this swelling. Mother asterisk her. Sucking in the Emperor Qi into the acupuncture points all over my body is really painful. This kind of pain is almost comparable to when you pricked my acupuncture points in the ancient cave mansion. It's simply a heart-wrenching pain. With a muffled groan, Zhuo Wen's eyes suddenly bulged, and his breathing suddenly became incomparably hurried. Traces of cold sweat trickled down his back like a pitter-patter of raindrops rustling down. Kid, the jade stone body tempering technique relies on the rich Emperor Qi to rush into the acupuncture points. It uses the powerful Emperor Qi to continuously transform the toughness of the meridians, organs, and muscles in your body. In a short period of time, it will forge your body into an invulnerable steel bar. This is only the first level. The next few levels will only get more and more painful. Xiaohei, who was floating in the air, crossed her 2 little paws in front of her chest. Her face was filled with a gloating smile. Zhuowen helplessly rolled his eyes at Xiaohei, who was gloating at his misfortune. He simply ignored Xiaohei and began to close his eyes, silently enduring this inhumane pain. Fortunately, this was not the first time Zhuowen had experienced this kind of pain. He had experienced it several times in the past. Therefore, he did not scream or faint because of it. Chi-chi. Strange sounds constantly resounded from all over Zhuowen's body, and the Emperor Qi, transformed from the 5,000 Emperor Essence pills, was constantly being absorbed by the acupoints all over Zhuowen's body. It was being used to temper the meridians, organs, and muscles in his body, as if it was iron being hammered 1,000 times. Time passed extremely quickly. A day's time passed in the blink of an eye. In the attic, Zhuowen had finally absorbed all the Emperor Qi outside his body. His originally swollen muscles had also returned to normal at this time. However, if one looked carefully, the surface of Zhuowen's muscles actually emitted a dazzling luster at this time. It was like a piece of jade that had been preliminarily polished. The first level of the jade stone body tempering technique has finally been cultivated. However, the effect is very good. I can feel that the quality of my body is now several times stronger than before. This body tempering technique is indeed not bad. Zhuowen stood up. His face suddenly revealed a trace of excitement as he muttered to himself. Xiaohe suddenly knocked Zhuowen's head and lazily said, "You are already so excited at the first level. There's still more than 10,000 Emperor pills in your Qingquan bag. Use these Emperor pills to continue cultivating. Don't waste time." Rolling his eyes at Xiaohe, Zhuowen helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He once again took out 10,000 Emperor pills from his Qingquan bag and began to cultivate the second level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique. Time passed day by day. Zhuowen quietly cultivated the Jade Stone body tempering technique. Every day after that, Zhuowen basically had to endure the intense pain of Emperor Qi invading his body. The pain was no less than 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart. Moreover, this kind of pain became more and more severe as time passed. On the second day, Zhuowen used 10,000 Emperor pills to cultivate the second level. On the third day, he used 20,000 Emperor pills to cultivate the third level. On the fourth day, he used 40,000 Emperor pills to cultivate the fourth level. On the fifth day, Zhuowen used up the remaining 80,000 Emperor pills in his Qingquan bag and finally cultivated the fifth level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique. 5 days later, Zhuowen silently sat cross-legged in the loft. At this time, his body had become extremely glossy. If the glossy luster of the first level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique was like a preliminary polished jade, then the glossy luster of Zhuowen's body had reached a dazzling level. The surface of his body had a jade-like luster, sparkling and translucent. Boom! Suddenly opening his eyes, Zhuowen looked at his palms. Then, he gently clenched his fists. The ear-piercing sound of porcelain breaking rang out. Then, Zhuowen's right palm suddenly slammed on the ground. Rumble! In an instant, the ground under Zhuowen's feet actually cracked open inch by inch. In the end, it turned into powder under the powerful force. Zhuowen did not expect that a gentle slap would be able to shatter the ground to such an extent. This made Zhuowen both surprised and delighted. Chapter 303. Xian Bao Pavilion, Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, is indeed not bad, but the amount of Emperor Yuan pills it consumes is a little too large. The hundreds of thousands of Emperor Yuan pills that I painstakingly collected in the ancient cave have been completely used up in the short span of 5 days. Zhuowen said somewhat helplessly as he patted his Qingquan bag. Don't complain. Being able to raise your physical strength to such a level means that the hundreds of thousands of Emperor Yuan pills were well spent. There are only 5 days left until the fight for the 9 extreme Emperor Yuan pool. Using these 5 days, you should be able to raise the Jade Stone body tempering technique to the 6th level. Xiaohe said indifferently as she lazily laid on the bed. I don't have many Emperor Yuan pills on me now. Cultivating the 6th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique requires 160,000 Emperor Yuan pills. What do you expect me to find such a large amount of Emperor Yuan pills? Zhuowen said helplessly as he rolled his eyes at Xiaohe. Didn't you snatch the Qingquan bags of Su Qi, Su Yang, and Zhou Yi when you were in the Spirit Curse Tower? Every Arcana Master has a high net worth. Those 3 Qingquan bags must have hidden a lot of Yuan crystals and Yuan arrays. In total, the value of the Emperor Yuan pills must have reached a terrifying level. Xiao He said lazily as she yawned. I almost forgot about that. The value of Su Yang's Qingquan bag alone is no less than hundreds of thousands of Qingquan bags, and Su Qi's Qingquan bag even contains the inherited level secret spirit skill array of eternal creation. Although this secret spirit skill is not weak, it is not suitable for me. I have cultivated the 10,000 evolution scripture, so I am not suitable for using mental energy to attack in battle. I am more suitable for using mental energy to control puppets to kill my enemies. Zhuan muttered to himself as he nodded slightly. Yes, other than cultivating the Jade Stone body tempering technique to the 6th level, you should also refine some battle puppets. After all, Broken Rock City is a super city. The resources here should be much more abundant than your Vine Armor City. As long as you have enough Emperor Energy pills or other valuable items, it should be easy to buy puppet materials. Xiao He also nodded slightly. I remember that there's a mysterious treasure pavilion in Broken Rock City. It's the #1 shop in Broken Rock City. There's basically everything there. Maybe I should make a trip there. Slightly nodding his head, Zhuan directly walked out of the loft and headed towards the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion in Broken Rock City. After all, Zhuan had stayed in Broken Rock City for quite some time and was more or less familiar with the roads and structures in the city. Therefore, in a short while, he directly arrived at the entrance of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. The 1,000 Treasure Pavilion was located not far from the City Lord's mansion. The building was very grand and majestic. At the open door, there was a crowd going in and out. From time to time, he could hear the discussions of these tourists. Moreover, Zhuan also discovered that those who entered the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion were not ordinary people. They were all cultivators with profound cultivation bases. Zhuan could feel the faintly discernible, powerful auras from these people. Among them, there were many Heavenly King stage powerhouses. Zhuan could even feel the auras of Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. As expected of a #1 shop in Broken Rock City, even Ultimate Emperor Realm powerhouses come here to buy things. It seems like there are quite a few good things inside. The corners of Zhuan's mouth slightly curled as he directly stepped into the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. After entering the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, what appeared in front of Zhuan was a rather spacious hall. In the center of the hall was a rather large counter. These counters were all transparent, and people outside could see the goods displayed on the counter. Spirit treasures, materials, armor skills, techniques, and Yuan crystals were all available. Among them, there were even high-grade spirit treasures, heavenly armor skills, and other rare items. However, their prices were ridiculously high. Just the high-grade spirit treasures alone were actually worth at least 500,000 Emperor Yuan pills. As for the heavenly armor skills and techniques, they were naturally not cheap. Looking at the spirit treasures, armor skills, and materials displayed on the counter, Zhuan could only look enviously. Right now, he was penniless. Buying puppet materials was one of his goals, but his main goal was to sell the Yuan crystals and Yuan arrays in the Qingquan bags of Su Yang and the others to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion in exchange for enough Emperor Yuan pills. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhuan directly walked towards a green-clothed servant at the counter. He knew that this green-clothed servant should be the person in charge of the counter. The green-clothed servant sitting at the counter also saw Zhuan walking over. At first, his face was filled with joy, but when he saw Zhuan's young face, the joy on his face immediately withered. Obviously, in his opinion, since Zhuan was so young, he probably did not have many Emperor Yuan pills on him. Usually, when a youth like Zhuan came to look for him, they basically did not come to buy things. Instead, they came to ask him all sorts of questions, which annoyed him to no end. How unlucky! It's another brat who smells of milk coming to ask me all sorts of questions. The green-clothed servant muttered impatiently. He was about to wave his hand and send Zhuan away, but when his gaze gathered on the Arcana badge on Zhuan's chest, his hand suddenly froze. In particular, when he saw the 3 golden lines on the badge, the green-clothed servant's heart could not help but fiercely skip a beat. He softly muttered to himself in disbelief. And he's also a grade 3 Arcana Master? This youth looks to be only 17 years old, but he's already a grade 3 Arcana Master? The grade 3 Arcana Master badge on Zhuowen's chest had been generously awarded to Zhuowen by Master Kuya after the Arcana ceremony. Therefore, Zhuowen naturally replaced his grade 2 Arcana Master badge. When Zhuowen walked in, the green-clothed servant immediately smiled wholeheartedly. He bowed toward Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Sir, is there anything that you need this little one to help you with?" Zhuowen naturally did not know what the green-clothed servant was thinking. At this moment, the green-clothed servant smiled wholeheartedly and only nodded slightly. He said, "Ask the person in charge of the mysterious treasure pavilion to come out. I plan to sell crystals to the mysterious treasure pavilion." Sell crystals? When the green-clothed servant heard this, his eyes lit up. He then smiled and said, "If it's not a lot of crystals, this little one can handle it for you. There's no need to trouble the person in charge. Crystals worth nearly 1,000,000 Emperor Yuan pills. Are you sure you can handle it alone?" Zhuowen frowned slightly as he calmly asked, "Crystals worth nearly 1,000,000 Emperor Yuan pills?" When a green-clothed servant heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded. A shocked expression instantly surfaced on his face. He then laughed dryly and said, "This little one is indeed unable to handle such a large amount of crystals. Sir, please wait for a moment. This little one will immediately call the person in charge over." The green-clothed manservant directly entered the inner hall as he spoke. A short while later, he led an amiable-looking old man over. Although the old man's expression was amiable, a trace of sharpness and brilliance flashed across his eyes. Clearly, he was not a simple person. When the old man appeared in the hall, his sharp eyes stared at the Arcana Master badge on Zhuowen's chest. When he saw the 3 golden lines on the badge, his eyes flashed unnoticeably. He then laughed heartily as he walked towards Zhuowen. "Little brother, you must be the Zhuowen who has been the talk of the town in Broken Rock City recently. Although this old man has heard of your deeds, I did not expect you to be so young." This has really surprised this old man. When he saw Zhuowen, the smile on the old man's face became even wider. The old man's words immediately attracted the attention of many people in the hall. When they heard the 2 words Zhuowen, their gazes converged on Zhuowen. There was a trace of indescribable meaning in their eyes. Is he Zhuowen? It is said that half a year ago, it was Zhuowen who turned the tide in the Arcana ceremony, defeated Su Yang, and won the championship. Although it is rumored that Zhuowen is only a teenager, I did not expect him to be so young. To be able to reach the level of a grade 3 Arcana Master at such a young age, what a monstrous talent. Feeling the heated gazes around him and hearing the discussions, Zhuowen felt rather helpless. He then looked at the old man in front of him strangely and said, "Old mister, do you know me?" "I know you. Of course I know you." Half a year ago, this old man was watching the Arcana ceremony from the VIP seats. Your brilliant performance at the ceremony really stunned this old man. Moreover, to be able to reach the level of a grade 3 Arcana Master at your age, I'm afraid you are the only one in the entire Broken Rock City. The old man laughed heartily. After hearing the old man's reply, Zhuowen came to a realization. It turned out that this old man was also watching from the VIP seats half a year ago. Looks like the old man in front of him had quite a high status. Those who could enter the VIP seats were basically wealthy and respectable people. Let's not talk about this first. I have some yuan crystals that I need to sell to your mysterious treasure pavilion. I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk here. Let's find a quiet place to slowly discuss this. Slightly nodding his head, Zhuowen lowered his voice and said to the old man, "Little brother Zhuowen, you've thought it through thoroughly. Come with me. Let's talk in the inner hall." The old man smiled slightly, turned around, and led Zhuowen into the inner hall, leaving behind the onlookers who were still discussing spiritedly. In a rather hidden room, Zhuowen and the old man sat opposite each other. The old man took a sip of fragrant tea, looked at Zhuowen opposite him, and said, I heard that little friend Juon wants to sell nearly 1,000,000 yuan crystals. Is this true? Of course it's true. As he spoke, Juon patted his chinquin bag. Immediately, numerous sparkling and translucent yuan crystals flew out and piled up in a corner of the room, forming a small mountain. These are all grade 3 yuan crystals. There are nearly 100 of them. According to the market price, one grade 3 yuan crystal is about 10,000 Emperor yuan pills. Therefore, these yuan crystals are worth nearly 1,000,000 Emperor yuan pills. Looking at the small mountain of grade 3 yuan crystals, the old man's gaze slightly focused. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Little friend Juon is indeed generous. However, this old man can see that the quality and purity of these yuan crystals are excellent. The price can be set a little higher. I'll charge you 15,000 Emperor yuan pills for one grade 3 yuan crystal. The total value of these yuan crystals is about 1,500,000 Emperor yuan pills. I wonder what little friend Juon thinks of this price." Chapter 304. Body Refinement Mastery. Thank you, Elder. I still have 3 grade 3 origin arrays here. Elder, please accept them as well. The elder did not intentionally lower the price, which made Juon rather happy. Hence, he patted his chinquin bag and took out 3 brocade boxes. The brocade boxes contained grade 3 origin arrays. 3 grade 3 origin arrays? Looking at the 3 brocade boxes in front of him, the elder's pupils involuntarily shrank. He extended his hand and took the 3 brocade boxes in his hand, carefully examining the authenticity of the grade 3 origin arrays inside. In next to no time, the old man's slightly wrinkled face instantly revealed an expression of wild joy, and he said, "Little brother Juon, I truly never imagined that you actually possessed a grade 3 origin formation. This grade 3 origin formation is precisely something that our Dark Treasure Pavilion urgently needs right now. How about this? I will not let you suffer a loss. 3 grade 3 origin arrays for a total of 1,500,000 Emperor yuan pills. How about it?" When Juon heard this, the joy on his face became even more intense. He nodded his head slightly and said, "Deal. Little friend Juon, there are 3,000,000 Emperor yuan pills in this chinquin bag. You can check if it is accurate." The elder's face also revealed a trace of a smile. After accepting the 3 brocade boxes and the yuan crystals, he handed a chinquin bag to Juon. After receiving the chinquin bag, Juon's mental energy swept through it. He clearly knew the number of Emperor yuan pills inside. He nodded his head slightly and said, "There are indeed 3,000,000 Emperor yuan pills." When he said this, Juon's face revealed a trace of hesitation. He continued to say, "Elder, I still have some materials to purchase. I wonder if your mysterious treasure pavilion has the materials I need?" When he heard this, the elder proudly said, "Little friend Juon, you can rest assured. Our mysterious treasure pavilion is rather famous in Broken Rock City and even the entire Muqing County. As long as it is not those legendary items, our mysterious treasure pavilion can basically take out everything. Since little friend Juon wants to buy materials, you can write a list for this old man and let this old man take a look." Seeing that the old man was so confident, Juon did not waste any more time. Instead, he took out a list from his bosom and handed it to the old man. "The materials listed in this list are what I need. Senior, can you take a look and see if your mysterious treasure pavilion has any in stock?" The Tao of puppets in the 10,000 Evolution scripture was extremely complicated and tedious, and the puppets were also very strange. This time, Juon had chosen a type of puppet formation called True Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend. This puppet formation was very similar to the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends that Juon left in the Zhua family. It was also made up of 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. However, compared to the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends, the true heavenly spirits and earthly fiends were a few levels higher. The heavenly spirit puppet strength was at the peak of the heavenly king realm, while the earthly fiend puppet strength was at the peak of the earth king realm. Once the true heavenly spirits and earthly fiends formation was formed, its strength was enough to trap an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor realm expert. Zhuan planned to refine this kind of puppet formation to deal with the upcoming Yuan-Chi Tower battle. After all, after everyone entered the Yuan-Chi Tower, everyone would have to rely on their own abilities. Even if Zhuan used the puppet formation, no one would say anything. The materials on the list that Zhuan handed over were the materials needed to refine the true heavenly spirits and earthly fiends formation. After receiving the list, the old man focused his attention on the materials on the list. After a while, the careless expression on his face abruptly faded and was replaced by a solemn expression. After reading the list, the old man looked at Zhuan with a strange expression, causing Zhuan to feel somewhat guilty. "Senior, is there a problem with the materials on the list?" Sensing the strange expression on the old man's face, Zhuan asked cautiously. "There's no problem." The old man shook his head and continued. "However, although the materials on the list are not as rare as heavenly treasures, they are still quite rare. If you were to buy them from other shops, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for you to gather these materials. However, this old man's mysterious treasure pavilion has all these materials." Hearing this, Zhuan's face immediately lit up with joy and said, "If that's the case, then please sell these materials to me. Senior, name a price." The old man pondered for a moment and said, "All the materials on the list are quite rare. This old man can give you a discount on account of little friend Zhuan. Let's make it 2,400,000 Emperor Yuan pills." Hearing this, the joy on Zhuan's face instantly froze. He dug his ears, wondering if he had heard wrong. These materials actually cost 2,400,000 Emperor Yuan pills. This was too unexpected. Little friend Zhuan, you don't have to be too surprised. After all the materials on the list are quite rare. In addition, the quantity you need is quite large. Therefore, 2,400,000 Emperor Yuan pills is actually not considered expensive. Seeing Zhuan's somewhat stiff expression, the old man smiled and said in a rather understanding manner. Zhuan helplessly sighed. He also knew that the old man was telling the truth. However, he had just received 3 million Emperor Yuan pills with great difficulty. Now, he had actually spent 2,400,000 Emperor Yuan pills in one go. Even Zhuan felt the pain in his heart. Very quickly, the two of them reached a deal. The old man collected the materials on the list and handed them to Zhuan. In return, Zhuan took out 2,400,000 Emperor Yuan pills and handed them to the old man. After the deal was completed, Zhuan bid farewell to the old man. He directly left the mysterious treasure pavilion and returned to the loft. After returning to the loft, Zhuan looked at the Qinquan bag in his hand that was filled with materials and said somewhat speechlessly, "I originally thought that I had obtained a huge sum of money. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, I would be embarrassingly short of money again? Humph! 2,400,000 Emperor Yuan pills are simply insignificant compared to the ultimate Emperor realm. After all, these materials are enough for you to create a puppet formation that is not weaker than the ultimate Emperor realm." Xiao Hei's cold laughter rang out in his mind. Although this is the case, spending so many Emperor Yuan pills in one go naturally caused me to feel a heartache. Zhuan shrugged his shoulders and spoke helplessly. "What a good-for-nothing. However, you still have 600,000 Emperor Yuan pills on you, right? The 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique only requires 160,000 Emperor Yuan pills. You should first master the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique." After hearing Xiao Hei's words in his mind, Zhuan solemnly nodded his head. Then he sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to silently calm his mind. When his mind was as calm as water, Zhuan suddenly patted his Qinquan bag and took out 160,000 Emperor Yuan pills. Yuan power surged out from his body and turned into a huge Yuan power palm. The moment the Yuan power palm appeared, it caught the 160,000 Emperor Yuan pills in its palm. With a ruthless squeeze, it crushed all of the pills and turned them into rich golden Emperor Yuan energy. At the same time, Zhuowen opened all the acupuncture points in his body and absorbed the rich Emperor Yuan energy into his body. He began to use the Emperor Yuan energy to temper his body. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Zhuowen was almost always practicing the 6th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique. The Emperor Yuan energy transformed from 160,000 Emperor Yuan pills was too large. Even though Zhuowen forcefully opened all the acupuncture points in his body to absorb the Emperor Yuan energy, it still took him about 4 days. As for the remaining day, Zhuowen began to use the Emperor Yuan energy in his body to continuously change his physique. When the warm sunlight shone into the loft through the cracks in the window, the young man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his clear eyes, there was a glimmer of light. At the same time, the young man's originally emerald green body became exceptionally smooth and dazzling. The emerald green color had already transformed into a glassy color. If one listened carefully, one could clearly hear a muffled sound surging out from the young man's body. It was as if a small bomb had exploded in his body. Is this the 6th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique? I can feel the extraordinariness of this 6th level. No matter if it's the hardness of the body or the overall strength, it's actually a great improvement compared to the 5th level. Zhuowen's tone was filled with excitement as he stared at his glazed palm. Let's see if my body can withstand the Demon Moondragon Spine Spear head-on. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he directly took out the Demon Moondragon Spine Spear. With a thought, he controlled the Demon Moondragon Spine Spear to stab his right arm. Clang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out as dazzling sparks flew in all directions. At the point of contact between the spear tip and his arm, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. However, Zhuowen's right arm was not damaged at all. There was not even a mark left on it. The Demon Moondragon Spine Spear is actually unable to leave a mark on your arm. I'm afraid that the toughness of your body is comparable to that of an ordinary high-rank soul treasure. Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Although the Demon Moondragon Spine Spear was only a middle-rank soul treasure, its power and sharpness were not inferior to that of an ordinary high-rank soul treasure. Since even the Demon Moondragon Spine Spear was unable to pierce through Zhuowen's muscles, it meant that an ordinary high-rank soul treasure would also be unable to hurt Zhuowen. With the toughness of my body and the quality of my body, I think that I should be able to use the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol and the Earth-rank Ice and Fire energy. At the very least, the current me should be able to withstand the terrifying backlash. Zhuowen's face was filled with excitement as he felt the powerful energy in his body. If you are able to cultivate to the 7th level of the Jade Stone body tempering art, the backlash from the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol will be negligible. However, at your current level, I'm afraid that you will only be able to withstand the backlash from the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol. Xiaohei nodded as she spoke in a serious manner. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen turned his head to look out of the window and said indifferently, 10 days have already passed. Today is the day of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool competition. It's time to go to the City Lord Mansion and meet up with City Lord Ouyang and Senior Qiu. Chapter 305. Ouyang, though at the gate of the City Lord's mansion, there were already several figures standing there. The 2 leading figures were Qiu and Ouyang Yintu. Behind the 2 stood 3 young men and women, 1 male and 2 females. The male was about 20 years old, dressed in elegant white clothes. His face was pale, but there was always a faintly discernible smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. As for the remaining 2 females, one of them was about the same age as the white-clothed male, also about 20 years old. She was dressed in pink skin-tight clothes, which almost perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Although her face couldn't be considered beautiful, it was still above average. In particular, there was always a trace of heroic spirit between her eyebrows. The other female was younger, about 18 years old. Her pretty face was quite pleasing to the eye, but there was still a trace of immaturity. She was dressed in green, and there was a silver necklace around her jade neck. She looked quite youthful and lively. However, at this moment, the green-clothed girl's long, shapely eyebrows were slightly knitted, and there was a trace of indignation on her pretty face. Lu Shui, are you still fussing about the quota for the 9 extreme Emperor Origin pool? The red-clothed girl beside her glanced at the green-clothed girl and asked with a slight smile. Originally, the competition for the 9 extreme Emperor Origin pool had already been decided. It was Big Brother Han Xian, Sister Raoli, and me. However, Lord Father insisted on canceling my quota and giving it to that brat called Zhuowen. This is really infuriating. The green-clothed girl was called Ouyang Lu Shui. The quota that Ouyang Yunta gave to Zhuowen originally belonged to Ouyang Lu Shui. Seeing her quota being taken away like this, Ouyang Lu Shui was naturally very unconvinced. The white-clothed male was called Ouyang Han Xian, and the red-clothed girl was called Ouyang Ruoli. Both of them were considered relatively strong geniuses among the younger generation of the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Ouyang Liu Shui's angry appearance, Ouyang Ruoli smiled and said, "That Zhuowen is quite famous in Broken Rock City. It is said that in the Arcana ceremony half a year ago, that Zhuowen defeated in Ding City's genius, Su Yang, and finally became the champion of the Arcana ceremony. This matter caused quite a stir at that time. I've also heard of this matter. That Zhuowen's spiritual power talent is extremely powerful. Su Yang was a third-grade perfection arcanist, but Zhuowen was still able to defeat him in the end and become the champion of the Arcana ceremony. From this, one could see how abnormal and powerful this kid's talent was. I've heard Lord Father mention Zhuowen many times. It's clear that Lord Father thinks highly of Zhuowen." Ouyang Hanchuan's face was filled with a refined smile. He moved closer to the two women and said in a soft voice, "I know that Zhuowen is quite talented in spiritual power, but Arcana Masters aren't good at fighting. Although his spiritual power talent was terrifying, it did not mean that his martial arts talent was also very strong. If we lose the battle for the 9 extreme Emperor Essence Pool because of Zhuowen," Ouyang Liu Shui's pretty face was full of unwillingness as she spoke. Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxian smiled and said, "Sister Lu Shui, don't tell me you still can't see Father's intentions?" "Intentions? What intentions?" Ouyang Liu Shui's pretty face revealed a touch of doubt. "I heard that Zhuowen is only 17 years old, but he already has the spiritual power of a third-grade perfection arcanist. If he takes another step forward, I'm afraid he can reach the level of a 4th-grade perfection arcanist. And the status of a 4th-grade perfection arcanist has probably already surpassed the status of a super city lord like Father. This quota is a favor that Lord Father is giving to Zhuowen. To be able to make such a future 4th-grade perfection arcanist owe a favor, how rare is that? This is also the reason why Lord Father lets Sister Ruoli and me participate in the battle for the 9 extreme Emperor Essence Pool." Ouyang Han Xian, who was dressed in white, had a smile at the corner of his mouth and a glimmer of light flashed in his deep eyes. "Brother Han Xian is right. Since Brother Han Xian and I are participating in the battle for the 9 extreme Emperor Essence Pool, it's obvious that Father wants the two of us to take the lead. As long as the two of us win the first 2 rounds, the battle for the 9 extreme Emperor Essence Pool will be our Broken Rock City's victory. And Zhuowen doesn't need to fight. He can easily obtain the opportunity to enter the 9 extreme Emperor Essence Pool." Ouyang Ruoli nodded and said with a smile. Hearing this, Ouyang Ruoshui also understood Ouyang Yuntu's decision. She knew that this was an opportunity for Ouyang Yuntu to befriend Zhuowen. Thinking of this, the nod in Ouyang Liu Shui's heart calmed down a little, but she was still not convinced. "That Zhuowen's spiritual power is amazing, I admit it, but I'd like to see what that kid's martial realm is like. If it's not high, entering the 9 extreme Emperor Essence Pool is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. Why not give it to me?" Ouyang Liu Shui didn't speak anymore, but her beautiful eyes stared at the end of the street from time to time, wanting to see what Zhuowen was like. Seeing that Ouyang Liu Shui was still not convinced, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli were somewhat helpless. They looked at each other and silently waited for Zhuowen to appear. The few people in front of the city lord's mansion didn't wait for long. At the end of the street, in front of the gate, the figure of a young man appeared. After a while, the young man leaped in front of them. Ouyang Yuntu and Xiao Chao's eyes suddenly flashed, and they stepped forward to welcome Zhuowen. Among them, Ouyang Yuntu first came to Zhuowen with a big smile and said, "This old man thought that little brother Zhuowen wouldn't come." Scratching his head, Zhuowen said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Due to some matters, I was delayed for a while. I hope that City Lord Ouyang and Senior Qiu can understand." Ouyang Yuntu, however, flicked his sleeve and said rather unhappily, "Little friend Zhuowen, there's no need to say such things. This old man is already very happy that you could come." Qiu, on the other hand, had a face full of smiles. He nodded slightly at Zhuowen, his face full of intimacy. Zhuowen was startled. He didn't expect Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu to be so tolerant towards him, as if they were treating an honored guest. However, after thinking about his astonishing performance at the Arcana ceremony half a year ago, Zhuowen understood. With Zhuowen's frightening talent and mental energy, it would be no problem for him to become a Grade 4 Arcana Master in the future. It might even be possible for him to become a legendary Grade 5 Arcana Master. Such an Arcana Master with limitless potential in the future would naturally be roped in by the two of them. After all, the status of an Arcana Master in the entire Qing Xian Empire and the Heavenly Armor Continent was obvious to all. If they could establish a good relationship with Zhuowen now, when Zhuowen became a high-grade Arcana Master in the future, it would be of great benefit to their Broken Rock City. Little friend Zhuowen, there are a total of 3 spots for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool this time. You are one of them, and the other 2 are them. Ouyang Yuntu pointed at Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli behind him and said with a smile, "Brother Zhuowen, I am Ouyang Hanxian. I have already heard of your great name half a year ago. Now that I have seen you today, your bearing is indeed extraordinary." Ouyang Hanxian smiled elegantly and stepped forward. He cupped his fists toward Zhuowen and said in a friendly manner, "Brother Hanxian is too kind. If you're talking about bearing, Brother Hanxian is more suitable." Zhuowen also cupped his fists and said quite sincerely. Ouyang Hanxuan's face immediately revealed a smile when he heard this. Obviously, he was quite pleased with Zhuowen's praise. After all, Zhuowen was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Arcane Guild. In terms of status, Zhuowen was probably higher than him. Ouyang Ruoli also came to Ouyang Hanxuan's side and bowed to Zhuowen as she said softly, "My name is Ouyang Ruoli. Greetings, Brother Zhuowen." Zhuowen naturally returned the greeting with a smile, but he became quite cautious in his heart because the 2 people in front of him were extremely strong. In particular, Ouyang Hanxian gave him a dangerous feeling. If Zhuowen guessed correctly, Ouyang Hanxian was probably a genuine half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, Zhuowen could feel that Ouyang Hanxuan's strength was much stronger than the Zhao family's patriarch. He was probably not far from advancing to the Ultimate Emperor realm. The 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool had unimaginable benefits for warriors below the Ultimate Emperor realm. Ouyang Hanxian was only half a step away from the Ultimate Emperor realm. As long as he soaked in the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool for a few days, he would probably be able to break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm in a short period of time. Ouyang Ruoli's strength was not bad either. She had also reached the complete Heavenly King realm, just a little bit weaker than Ouyang Hanxian. Moreover, these 2 people were only about 20 years old, yet they were able to reach such a terrifying level. It could be seen how deep the foundation of Broken Rock City's City Lord Mansion was. It seems like the true geniuses of the super cities are not simple trash. In the entire Muqing County, there are many super cities whose strength is not weaker than Broken Rock City. There are even some super cities whose strength is much stronger than Broken Rock City. When the time comes, the Essence Tower battle will really become a gathering of geniuses and a grand occasion where heroes compete for supremacy. No wonder City Lord Ouyang thinks that with my current strength, it would be difficult for me to enter the top 100 of the Origin Chi Tower battle. Thinking of this, Zhuowen became even more expectant and dignified for the Origin Chi Tower battle a year later. However, he would definitely enter the top 100 of the Origin Chi Tower battle because he still had an agreement with Mu Qinxue. He must enter the Fine God Academy, and to enter the Fine God Academy, the first step was to enter the top 100 of the Origin Chi Tower battle. You're only at the complete Earth King realm. It seems like you're really here to get a free quota for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool. I really don't know why Lord Father must leave the last quota for you. Ouyang Luxue, who was standing behind Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, curled the corner of his mouth and said in an unkind tone. Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but frown. Then he shifted his gaze to the nearby Ouyang Luxue, who had an unkind expression on his face. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. He did not seem to know this green-clothed girl. Brother Zhuowen, you don't have to take it to heart. Sister Luxue has always been outspoken and doesn't know how to speak. However, her nature is not bad. She's just throwing a little tantrum now. The atmosphere became rather awkward because of Ouyang Liushue's sudden words. Fortunately, Ouyang Hanchuan's social skills were not bad. He smiled apologetically at Zhuowen. From Ouyang Hanchuan's words, Zhuowen knew that the green-clothed girl in front of him was Ouyang Luxue, whose quota was occupied by him. After all, he had occupied the former's quota. It was no wonder that Ouyang Luxue did not like him. Chapter 306. Scarlet Swamp, Luxue. Don't be rude. Ouyang Yuna stared at Ouyang Luxue and sternly reprimanded. Ouyang Luxue curled her lips and rolled her beautiful eyes at Zhuowen. Her pretty face did not hide her dissatisfaction and disgust towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not feel anything towards Ouyang Liushue's attitude. After all, the spot that clearly belonged to him had suddenly been taken by someone else. If it was him, he would not be in a good mood either. Now that everyone is here, let's set off for the Scarlet Swamp. Ouyang Yuna swept his gaze over the few people around him. With a wave of his sleeve, powerful Yuan power poured out and lifted everyone up. Then, everyone followed Ouyang Yuntu and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from their original spot. The Scarlet Swamp was one of the more famous danger zones near Broken Rock City. It had a radius of several hundred miles, and such a large area was all swamps. What was strange was that the swamp was blood-red in color, and the smell it emitted was also a strong smell of blood, as if the entire swamp was piled up with countless fresh blood. Other than this strange phenomenon, the Crimson Swamp was also filled with danger. There were many powerful meta-beasts living in the depths of the swamp. These meta-beasts were very cunning. They usually hid under the swamp. Once an ancient martial art practitioner passed by, they would launch a surprise attack. Some unprepared cultivators would often be instantly killed by these origin beasts. It was said that there had once been a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator who had fallen to the origin beasts of the Scarlet Swamp. Although the Scarlet Swamp was very dangerous, there were many precious elixirs and rare materials inside. It was these endless treasures that attracted many fearless cultivators to enter the Scarlet Swamp in search of treasures. However, most of these cultivators turned into skeletons and only a few came out alive. After about half an incense stick of time, Ouyang Yunta led the group to a cliff not far from the blood-colored swamp. As soon as they entered the cliff, an extremely thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils, causing the few people present to involuntarily frown. Even Zhuowen could not help but frown as he felt the stench of blood coming from all directions. Zhuowen had never seen such a thick stench of blood in his life. The 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool is located on this cliff. This blood-colored swamp is quite peculiar. It is impossible to fly in the swamp, so we must rely on ourselves to climb to the top of the cliff. Ouyang Yunta pointed at the cliff in front of him as soon as he landed. The rock wall was blood-red in color, and its surface was uneven. At the top of the rock wall, which was several hundred feet above the ground, was a large platform. Zhuowen and the others could even see that the top part of the platform was flickering with golden light. Obviously, this was the light emitted by the 9 Extreme Emperor Essence Pond. Boom! Just as everyone was about to jump up and climb up, the soft swamp under their feet suddenly shook. Then, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from below at a dazzling speed. A bloody mouth bit towards everyone, and a fishy smell spread out. Bastard! How dare you? Cho narrowed his eyes. His foot suddenly stomped, and powerful yuan power surged out. It directly condensed into a huge golden palm and suddenly pressed down. Oh, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. Then, the golden palm ruthlessly pressed down on the huge yuan beast, which had suddenly appeared, like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, the yuan beast was shattered into countless pieces of blood. The blood-colored swamp is filled with danger. You must be extra careful. All right, let's climb up the cliff. Cho gently patted his hands. He did not even look at the yuan beast, which had turned into pieces of blood, and coldly said. Ouyang Hanxian nodded solemnly and used his agility to quickly climb up the blood-colored cliff. Zhuowen glanced at the yuan beast, which had turned into countless pieces of blood, and narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this blood-colored swamp was really a dangerous place. Previously, Zhuowen did not even notice the yuan beast hiding under the swamp. The blood-colored swamp is much more dangerous than Vine Armor City's Annihilation Forest. If I was alone, I would be in a difficult situation dealing with the sudden attack of the yuan beast. After muttering to himself, Zhuowen became even more cautious. He took a step forward and followed Ouyang Yuntu and the rest to climb up the blood-colored cliff. Very quickly, the few of them arrived at the top of the rock wall. At the top was a huge platform that was 10 miles in size. At the southern corner of the platform was a sizable pool. Strangely, the water in the pool was a rich golden yellow. Waves of rich and strange energy were continuously being emitted from the pool. 9 extreme royal origin pool. Looking at the golden pool, Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he softly muttered to himself. At the same time, Zhuowen discovered that at the center of the platform, there were 2 groups of people facing each other. The group with their backs facing Zhuowen's group was wearing the City Lord Mansion's guard uniform. Clearly, they were Ouyang Yuntu's group. City Lord Ouyang, you're finally here. You've really made this old man wait for a long time. Originally, this old man thought that if City Lord Ouyang didn't come, this old man would have immediately destroyed your vanguard troops, and then directly seized the 9 extreme royal origin pool. At this moment, a ridiculing voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen, who was in the group, involuntarily turned his head and looked over when he heard these words. He discovered a sturdy figure at the head of the group on the opposite side. This figure had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He wore a black robe, and there was a rather deep scar on his angular right cheek, extending from the corner of his eye to his chin. He looked rather sinister and terrifying. At this moment, he was looking at Ouyang Yuntu's group. Greetings, City Lord. The City Lord Mansion's guards also discovered the arrival of Ouyang Yuntu's group, and they respectfully bowed to Ouyang Yuntu. This person is Ding City's City Lord, Lu Fan. He is extremely powerful, and it is said that he has already reached the peak of the second wheel Ultimate Emperor stage. However, this person has always been at odds with my father, and he often finds fault with him. Ouyang Hanxian hurriedly whispered when he saw the puzzled expression on Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen lightly nodded. Ding City was a rather powerful super city. As the City Lord of Ding City, Lu Fan's strength was indeed not inferior to Zhuowen's. In fact, Zhuowen could feel that Lu Fan's aura was slightly stronger than Ouyang Yuntu's. Ha! Lu Fan, you're still as outspoken as before. How is Lu Che recently? Cho, who was beside Ouyang Yuntu, suddenly stepped forward and asked with a smile. Your senior Cho? You've already broken through to the Ultimate Emperor stage? Lu Fan's gaze focused on Cho, who was beside Ouyang Yuntu. His pupils abruptly shrank, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. 10 years have passed. If this old man hadn't made any progress, then wouldn't he have been overtaken by you juniors? However, with your elder brother Lu Che's talent, I'm afraid that he broke through to the ultimate emperor stage earlier than this old man. Chiyo shook his head and said with a faint smile, "My elder brother reached the ultimate emperor stage 2 years ago. However, Senior Chiyo is not bad either. I originally thought that you had gone missing. I didn't expect that you would also reach the ultimate emperor stage 10 years later," Lu Fan said as he looked at Chiyo with some fear. "That Lu Che has indeed reached the ultimate emperor stage before me." No wonder even Lord Muqin Marquis praised Lu Che's talent back then. Chiyo Chao's eyes narrowed when he heard Lu Fan's words. Lu Fan's face involuntarily revealed a proud expression when he heard Chiyo Chao's praise. "All right, let's not talk about these old matters. Since both of us are here, let's begin the competition for the ownership of the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool." Ouyang Yunta waved his hand slightly and interrupted. "Ouyang is right. There's no need to speak any more nonsense. Let's begin." Chiyo nodded slightly. Lu Fan shrugged when he heard this. He did not object and said, "The competition for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool this time will be conducted in a best-of-3 format. Therefore, each of you can send out your own participants. However, City Lord Ouyang, I have to say in advance that your Broken Rock City has no chance of obtaining the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool this time." "Oh? City Lord Lu, I should be the one saying these words to you. Han Xian, Ruoli, and Zhuowen, the 3 of you should prepare yourselves," Ouyang Yunta said with a cold smile. Ouyang Han Xian, Ouyang Ruoli, and Zhuowen replied in unison when they heard this and stepped forward. Only Ouyang Lu Shui, who was standing at the back, stared at Zhuowen's back angrily. Her pretty face was filled with depression. City Lord Ouyang, that kid doesn't seem to be from your City Lord mansion, right? Moreover, his strength is only at the advanced earthly king stage. Are you sure that kid is one of your participants?" Lu Fan's gaze swept across Ouyang Han Xian and the other 2. He instantly fixed his gaze on Zhuowen, whose aura was the weakest, and said with a strange expression. When Lu Fan's words left his mouth, the gazes of the group behind him also converged on Zhuowen. When they felt the earthly king stage aura within Zhuowen's body, they were initially silent. Then, they began to laugh wantonly. "Looks like your Broken Rock City is getting worse and worse. You actually dare to send out such trash. This city lord is really surprised." Lu Fan held his forehead with his right hand and laughed mockingly. When they heard the mocking laughter from the Inding City's group, Ouyang Yuntu's group was extremely furious. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Chiyo Chao's brows were tightly knitted together. "If I am trash, then wouldn't the younger generation of your Inding City's arcane guild, Suyong, be worse than trash?" In the face of the mocking laughter from the opposite side, Zhuowen appeared rather calm. He took a step forward and coldly stared at Lu Fan, whose face was filled with mockery, and said, "Suyong, what does this have to do with Suyong?" When Lu Fan heard this, the mocking expression on his face slowly faded as he frowned and asked, "Lu Fan, you are really ignorant. Half a year ago, the #1 genius of your Inding City's arcane guild, Suyong, suffered a crushing defeat at the arcane ceremony. The one who defeated Suyong is the young man in front of you. His name is Zhuowen." Ouyang Yunta suddenly laughed and said. When Lu Fan heard this, his pupils shrank. He stared at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him and said, "You are the Zhuowen who won the arcane ceremony." Chapter 307. The great chaotic battle. Lu Fan was well aware of Su Yang's talent and strength. After all, Su Yang was only 23 years old, yet he already had the mental strength of a perfect grade 3 celestial being. This kind of strength was one of the best in the entire Muqin County. Originally, Lu Fan had thought that Su Yang's participation in the Arcana ceremony was a foregone conclusion. However, he did not expect that a youth named Zhuowen would appear out of nowhere during the Arcana ceremony, defeating Su Yang and becoming the final champion. It was because of Su Yang that Zhuowen's name was quite famous in Inding City. Even Lu Fan, the city lord of Inding City, was quite interested in Zhuowen. However, he did not expect to see him in person now. "I heard that Zhuowen is only 17 years old. Seeing him today, It seems that the rumors are not false. However, Arcana Masters are not good at fighting. City Lord Ouyang, do you really think that sending this Zhuoan will be of any use? Or are you saying that you want to use this quota to exchange for a favor from this future Arcana Master? Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhuoan for a while. Then, his gaze once again converged on Ouyang Yuntu. Ouyang Yuntu coldly snorted and said, City Lord Lu, you don't need to worry about this. Hurry up and invite out the participants from Ding City. Lu Fan smiled slightly and did not answer Ouyang Yuntu's words. Instead, he gently snapped his fingers, and the people behind him parted to allow 3 figures to walk out. These 3 figures were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was dressed in blue and was about 20 years old. He held a blue feather fan in his right hand, and his somewhat handsome face was full of arrogance. The other man was about the same age as the blue-clothed man. He had black hair and black eyes, and his expression was extremely cold. In particular, there was always a flash of arrogance and fierceness in his black eyes. The remaining woman was dressed in a pink dress. She was tall and had a graceful figure. Although her looks were not as good as Ouyang Ruoli's, she could still be considered above average. The man in blue is called Lu Tan. He's one of the more outstanding direct descendants of Lu Fan. Although he looks graceful and harmless, his methods are extremely cruel. He's not much weaker than me, a half-step ultimate emperor. The woman in the pink dress is called Lu Ying. She's Lu Tan's older sister. Although she's not as strong as Lu Tan, she's not much weaker. She's also a rather difficult opponent. Ouyang Han Xian, who was standing beside Zhuoan, was rather understanding. He introduced the names and information of the 3 people participating in the battle to Zhuoan one by one. Then what about that black-haired, black-eyed man? Zhuoan pointed at the cold-looking black-haired man and asked doubtfully, I do not recognize this person. It seems that there is no such person within the younger generation of the Ding City. Looking at the black-haired male, Ouyang Hanshuan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he helplessly shook his head and said, Oh, there's no such person? Narrowing his eyes, Zhuoan could feel that the black-haired man was not ordinary. As for what exactly was different about him, Zhuoan was unable to pinpoint it. Since everyone is here, let's start the battle. Ouyang Yunta could not help but glance at the cold-looking black-haired man as he spoke to Lu Fan. Wait, Lu Fan suddenly called out. City Lord Lu, what's the matter? Ouyang Yunta looked at Lu Fan with some displeasure as he coldly snorted. Haha, City Lord Ouyang, don't you think that the best out of 3 method of battle is very unoriginal? Why don't we change the method of battle? A more concise and clear method. What do you think? Lu Fan said with a smile. A more concise and clear method? Ouyang Yuntu's eyebrows slightly knitted together as he doubtfully asked. Why don't we go straight to the battle royale? 3 from our Ding City and 3 from your Broken Rock City. The 6 of us will engage in a battle royale on this platform. The side that stays at the end will be considered the winner. What do you think? The smile on Lu Fan's face grew even wider as he spoke. Lu Fan's words caused the expressions of Ouyang Yuntu, Chiu Cho, and the rest to change. Lu Fan's words were clearly aimed at Zhuoan. Although Zhuoan's mental energy was extremely powerful, it was not of much help in battle. If it was a battle royale, their Broken Rock City would clearly be at a disadvantage. Lu Fan, you can't be too shameless. Previously, we clearly agreed to use the best out of 3 method of battle. Now, you want to change it to a battle royale. I cannot accept this battle royale proposal. Ouyang Yuntu's expression was gloomy as he coldly said, City Lord Ouyang, are you not going to agree? Since you don't agree, you can choose not to fight. However, forgive me for not being able to hand over the other half of the key to open the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. If you want to enter the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool, you'll have to think of a way yourself. Lu Fan crossed his arms as he spoke in a rather mocking manner. Restriction. Zhuoan, who was behind him, also noticed that there was a strange energy constantly flowing above the golden pool in the corner. This was clearly the flowing light of a restriction array. When the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool was first discovered, there was an extremely powerful restriction array on its surface. This restriction array could not be forcefully broken even by a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor stage expert. Father had once accidentally obtained the key to the restriction array. However, he only had half of it. When we were looking for the other half of the key, we discovered that the other half of the key was actually in the hands of the city lord of Ending City, Lu Fan. Rather than calling this a battle for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool, it would be better to call it a battle for the key to enter the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. Ouyang Han-xian, who was standing beside him, had an ugly expression as he whispered to Zhuowen. Lightly nodding his head, Zhuowen did not say anything else. He only quietly watched the argument between Ouyang Yuntu and Lu Fan. He knew that one side would eventually concede. Just as Ouyang Yuntu and Lu Fan were arguing endlessly, Qiu Cho suddenly stepped forward and coldly looked at Lu Fan as he said, "We can agree to a battle royale. However, Zhuowen is after all an Arcana Master. He should be able to use origin crystals and origin formations. If he can, then what's wrong with a battle royale?" Hearing this, Lu Fan pondered for a moment before saying, "All right." Ouyang Yuntu, however, glanced at Qiu Cho. He seemed to have thought of something and did not object. He knew that Zhuowen possessed a powerful 4th-grade origin formation like the Limitless Sword Intent. Although Zhuowen's martial realm was lacking, he should be able to protect himself under the attack of an Ultimate Emperor stage expert. Since that's the case, then let's have a battle royale. This way, we can save a lot of time. Seeing that Lu Fan had agreed, Qiu Cho did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, he indicated for Ouyang Han-xian, Ouyang Ruoli, and Zhuowen to step forward. On the other side, Lu Tan, Lu Ying, and the black-haired man also stepped forward under Lu Fan's signal. They faced Zhuowen and the other two from a distance. At this moment, both sides consciously retreated to give the 6 people in the middle enough space to fight. "Brother Han-xian, we meet again. The last time we met was 2 years ago at the Super Cities Exchange," Lu Tan said to Ouyang Han-xian with a fake smile. "That's right. 2 years ago, Brother Lu Tan lost rather miserably. I originally thought that Brother Lu Tan would not be able to recover from this setback. I didn't expect that your cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the Ultimate Emperor stage." Ouyang Han-xian no longer had a gentle smile on his face. There was only sharpness and coldness. "Brother Ouyang, I lost to you 2 years ago because my cultivation level was lower than yours. But now, we're both half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Are you so confident that you can defeat me?" Lu Tan's expression turned somewhat ugly as he sneered. "You've already lost to me. If I can defeat you once, then I can naturally defeat you a second time," Ouyang Han-xian said proudly. "When the fight begins, I hope you can still be so confident. Moreover, in this battle royale, you have a burden. No matter how you look at it, our Ending City's chances of victory are much higher." At this point, Lu Tan could not help but glance at Zhuowen and chuckle. Ouyang Han-xian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to retort, Lu Fan and Ouyang Yunta shouted at the same time, "Now, the battle royale begins." Boom! As soon as they finished speaking, Lu Tan let out a sinister laugh. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground. Yuan power poured out like a tide and charged directly at Ouyang Han-xian, who was the closest to him. "Brother Ouyang, today I will let you taste the taste of defeat." Arriving in front of Ouyang Han-xian in an instant, Lu Tan clenched his hand into a fist and fiercely punched out. In an instant, the surrounding air was pressured and exploded, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Then, he ruthlessly punched at Ouyang Han-xian's chest. Ouyang Han-xian's eyes narrowed. His 5 fingers rotated and received Lu Tan's punch. With a boom, the air around the two instantly exploded, as if countless bombs had exploded. The battle was about to begin. When Ouyang Ruoli saw that Ouyang Han-xian and Lu Tan were already engaged in battle, her beautiful face revealed a trace of worry. Her jade-like legs bounced as she wanted to help Ouyang Han-xian. However, a figure blocked her path. "Young Miss Ouyang, your opponent is me." Lu Ying's jade-like hand grabbed the belt on her waist. With a gentle pull, a fire-like whip suddenly danced out, transforming into countless whip shadows and ruthlessly striking at Ouyang Ruoli. Ouyang Ruoli's beautiful face slightly changed. She did not expect that the belt on Lu Ying's waist was actually her weapon. This attack had caught her off guard. Fortunately, Ouyang Ruoli's intelligence was outstanding, and she quickly regained her composure. Her jade-like hand patted her chinquin bag, and an ice-blue longsword appeared in her jade-like hand. Following which, her jade-like hand lightly tapped the air, transforming into countless sword shadows that were as cold as ice. Clang, clang, clang. Compared to the intense battle between Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, the atmosphere between Zhuan and the black-haired man was extremely quiet and strange. Chapter 308. Crisis. The black-haired man stared at Zhuan with a cold expression. I've heard that your mental strength has reached the perfection of the 3rd grade. However, Arcana Masters aren't skilled in battle. Even if your mental strength is strong, you're still no match for me. Well, no, once we try. He stomped his foot, and boundless mental strength surged out of his body. At the same time, Zhuan slapped his cosmos sack. Numerous cold lights surged out from his cosmos sack and surrounded Zhuan like guards. If one looked carefully, one would notice that these cold lights were sword-shaped spirit treasures that emitted cold light. So many sword-shaped spirit treasures? I'm afraid this is the grade 4 origin formation you obtained from the Arcana ceremony. But so what if you have a 4th grade origin formation? You're still no match for me. The black-haired man narrowed his eyes and stomped his foot. Boundless energy swirled behind him, forming a powerful gale that tore through the air like a tornado. This aura? He's actually a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? Ouyang Yuntu exclaimed in shock when he sensed the aura surging out of the black-haired man's body. Cho frowned as well. He hadn't expected that the ordinary-looking black-haired man would suddenly erupt with the strength of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. This was truly unexpected. It's over. There are actually 2 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators on the other side. Even I would probably lose, let alone Zhuan, who's weaker than me. Ouyang Lushui, who was standing behind Ouyang Yuntu, was slightly pale. Her cherry lips trembled as she muttered to herself. City Lord Ouyang, the reason you're so confident in letting Zhuan fight is probably because he has a 4th grade origin formation on him. Unfortunately, Heihua is also a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. His strength is even more terrifying than Lu Tan's. Even if Zhuan has a 4th grade origin formation, I'm afraid he won't be Heihua's match. Lu Fan laughed proudly. Ouyang Yuntu's expression turned ugly. He snorted coldly. Lu Fan, don't get cocky too early. Zhuan isn't an easy target. Perhaps Heihua will be the one to lose. Still stubborn? When the time comes and Heihua completely defeats Zhuan, perhaps you won't be so confident anymore. Lu Fan didn't care about Ouyang Yuntu's rebuttal. He shrugged and curled the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Zhuan's expression had become extremely solemn. He hadn't expected that this black-haired man, who didn't seem to exist at all, would actually possess the strength of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, Zhuan could faintly sense that Heihua's strength was even more terrifying than Lu Tan's. Clang! Heihua patted his chinquin bag, and a long stick-like black shadow suddenly shot out. Finally, it smashed heavily in front of Heihua. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a halberd that was over 10 feet long. The heavenly halberd glowed brightly, while a somewhat oppressive energy surrounded it. It was as if countless small cyclones were constantly sucking in the surrounding air. Zhuan's pupils shrank. He could sense how powerful the halberd was. It was obviously an extremely powerful high-grade spirit treasure. Moreover, it was at the peak of high-grade spirit treasures. You can only say that you're unlucky to have met me. Therefore, you'd better die. Heihua stomped his foot on the ground and raised his right hand, grabbing the halberd. Like a ghost, he arrived within 3 meters of Zhuan in the blink of an eye. He stabbed forward with his right hand. Countless halberd images flooded out like stars, completely enveloping Zhuan. So powerful, the solemn expression on Zhuan's face grew even more intense. This is the first time he had felt such an intense pressure. This pressure was even more intense than that of the Zhao family ancestor. It was obvious that the black-haired man before him was extremely close to the true ultimate emperor stage. Although he was somewhat surprised by the black-haired man's strength, Zhuowen was not afraid. With a cold snort, he willed the 81 sword-shaped spirit treasures around him to shrink, forming a sword-shaped metal wall in front of Zhuowen. Rumble. Countless halberd images were like shooting stars as they landed on the sword-shaped wall in front of Zhuowen. Countless sparks that were as dazzling as the stars in the sky scattered in all directions before gradually disappearing. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful force caused Zhuowen to involuntarily retreat. Finally, he managed to stop his body a dozen steps away. You actually managed to block it. Looks like your grade 4 Yuan array has some tricks up its sleeves. Its power is extraordinary. He Huan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. His lips squirmed as he spoke. Ouyang Yuntu and Xiao Chou, who were watching from behind, also let out a sigh of relief. The two of them had only witnessed the power of Zhuowen's mental energy, but they had always maintained a doubtful attitude towards Zhuowen's martial strength. However, now that Zhuowen had relied on the grade 4 Yuan array, the limitless sword aura, to barely block He Hua's attack, they naturally let out a sigh of relief. They did not expect Zhuowen to have any outstanding performance in the battle royale of the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pond. After all, the quota for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pond was given to Zhuowen by Ouyang Yuntu as a favor, while the main force was Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli. As long as Zhuowen could hold on, once Ouyang Hanxian defeated Lu Tan, their Broken Rock City's victory would be assured. The Limitless Sword aura has only been refined for a short period of time, so it can only carry out some ordinary attacks and defenses. Right now, it's barely comparable to an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He Hua's strength is even stronger than an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Right now, I only need to focus on defense. As long as I can stall He Hua, Ouyang Hanxian should be able to deal with Lu Tan with his strength. At that time, we can join forces to deal with He Hua. Although Zhuowen's martial realm was indeed very weak, ever since he had cultivated the 6th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique, the hardness of his body had reached an outrageous level. Even a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to break through Zhuowen's physical body unless they used all their strength. However, Zhuowen didn't want to directly expose the secret of his cultivation of the Jade Stone body tempering technique. After all, as long as he could stall He Hua, Ouyang Hanxian would be able to turn the tide with his strength. Why would he need to do something unnecessary? Thinking of this, Zhuowen's mind stirred, and the 81 long swords surrounded Zhuowen. It was as if he was surrounded by an armored tortoise, and there was no way for him to escape. When Ouyang Yuntu and Xiao Chou saw Zhuowen's actions, they immediately smiled knowingly. It was obvious that Zhuowen's method of not seeking victory, but seeking not to make any mistakes had gained their approval. Are you trying to be a coward? He Hua furrowed his brows as he stared at the tortoise shell like defense. Every single sword-shaped soul treasure of the boundless sword intent was extremely sturdy and durable. If Zhuowen were to fight with him, he was confident that he would be able to defeat Zhuowen very quickly. However, if Zhuowen were to hole up like a tortoise and refuse to come out, there was nothing he could do. However, Zhuowen's skin was indeed thick enough. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with hiding inside the boundless sword aura. Instead, he pretended to be pretentious as he cast a sidelong glance at He Hua and said provocatively, "So what if I'm a coward? If you have the ability, come and hit me. Break this boundless sword aura's defense." Faced with Zhuowen's somewhat shameless provocation, He Hua's face twitched. This was the first time he had met such a shameless opponent. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Xiao Chou, who were watching, couldn't help but look at each other. A strange expression appeared on their faces. It was obvious that Zhuowen's shameless actions had shocked them. Don't forget that this is a battle royale. Since you don't want to come out, I naturally have a way to force you out. A sneer suddenly surfaced on He Hua's face. He lightly stepped on the ground and actually instantly flashed to the side. The 5 fingers of his right hand tightened, and the halberd in his hand was already ready to be unleashed like a taut spring. Not good. This He Hua wants to join forces with Lu Tan to attack Han Xian. Ouyang Yuntu was startled. Seeing He Hua suddenly change direction, his expression greatly changed. Just as Ouyang Yuntu had said, the direction He Hua rushed towards was Ouyang Han Xian, who was fiercely fighting with Lu Tan. At this moment, Ouyang Han Xian had the complete upper hand and was practically suppressing Lu Tan. It was likely that Ouyang Han Xian would win in less than 10 rounds. Whoosh! Feeling the wind behind him, Ouyang Han Xian immediately became alert. He couldn't help but glance behind him. He saw He Hua, who was brimming with killing intent, rushing towards him with a huge halberd. Damn it! Ouyang Han Xian cursed in a low voice. His right hand patted his Chinquan bag and took out a green round shield soul treasure. Yuan power suddenly poured in, and the green round shield crazily swelled. It turned into a 5-foot-tall shield and blocked in front of him. Can a mere mid-grade soul treasure block my Chinquan halberd? He Hua sneered. His right hand tightened, and his 5 fingers suddenly rotated. The halberd in his hand immediately started to rotate at a frightening speed. Traces of ear-piercing sounds came from the friction in the air. Soon after, the halberd was directly thrown out of He Hua's hand. Sharp wave spiral style. The halberd in the air seemed to have turned into a violent whirlwind as it cut through the air. In an instant, it fiercely smashed against the green round shield. Crack! The clear and melodious sound was extremely ear-piercing in the quiet platform, after which the seemingly indestructible green-colored round shield was actually pierced through by the gale-like halberd, transforming into countless fragments. Like a hot knife through butter, the halberd swept towards Ouyang Han Xian. Damn it! Block it for me. Ouyang Han Xian's face abruptly changed. He had no choice but to push his palms forward. His palms were covered with a layer of light gauze gloves. It was a rather powerful high-grade soul treasure. Rumble. Under the propulsion of the heavenly halberd, countless waves of air directly collided with Ouyang Han Xian's palm. Ouyang Han Xian let out a muffled groan as he retreated several steps, barely managing to withstand the impact of the heavenly halberd. Ouyang Han Xian, this day has finally come for you. Go to hell. A loud roar suddenly rang out. Lu Tan, who was originally being suppressed by Ouyang Han Xian, suddenly appeared behind Ouyang Han Xian. He waved the feather fan in his hand, and endless waves of wind turned into a giant palm that violently slammed against Ouyang Han Xian's body. Ouyang Han Xian had already exhausted all his strength to block He Hua's attack. Now he was simply unable to block Lu Tan's attack. He could only watch as the wind-wave palm slammed against his body. After all, he was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Now that 2 experts who were not weaker than him had joined forces, he was simply unable to block them. Plop. Chapter 309. Disadvantage Bang. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly rang out in the surroundings. Ouyang Han Xian's entire body smashed into the ground a dozen meters away, creating a deep pit. Ouyang Han Xian's figure was lying in the deep pit, his aura dispirited. This sudden turn of events caused Ouyang Yuntu and the rest to fall into a daze. No matter what, they never expected that Ouyang Han Xian, whom they had always thought highly of, would actually be defeated. Big Brother Han Xian. Ouyang Ruoli, who was originally fighting together with Lu Ying, also noticed Ouyang Han Xian, who was sent flying by He Hua and Lu Tan. Her beautiful face instantly changed, and her figure froze at this moment. You actually dare to be absent-minded during a battle. I think you don't want to live anymore. Seeing Ouyang Ruoli fall into a daze because of Ouyang Han Xian, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her jade-like hand fiercely swung, and the fiery red whip in her hand turned into a huge fire python. With a speed that could tear through the air, it fiercely struck towards Ouyang Ruoli's waist. Sensing the rapidly approaching wind, Ouyang Ruoli instantly regained her senses. However, the fiery red whip was already within reach. Biting her lower lip, her jade-like hand, which was holding onto the long sword, moved forward in an attempt to block the fiery whip that was surging towards her. Boom! The whip's shadow, which was like a fire python, suddenly arrived and heavily smashed against the longsword. As sparks flew, the huge force caused Ouyang Ruoli's delicate body to involuntarily retreat a dozen steps. Sister Ruoli, be careful behind you. Just as Ouyang Ruoli was about to raise her sword to fight with Lu Ying again, Ouyang Liushui's voice suddenly rang out, causing Ouyang Ruoli's vigilance to rise. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out from behind. Ouyang Ruoli abruptly turned around, only to see Lu Tan, who had unknowingly appeared behind her with a sinister smile on his face. Merely at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. You can also be eliminated together with Ouyang Hanxian. Lu Tan let out a hearty laugh as the fan in his right hand slammed down. Countless hurricanes of several feet in size suddenly swept out from the fan and swept towards Ouyang Ruoli. Not good. We must dodge it immediately. Ouyang Ruoli's face changed. She could feel the power of Lu Tan's attack. With her current strength, there was no way she could withstand it. Therefore, she took a step forward, intending to avoid the countless hurricanes that were sweeping towards her. Whoosh! However, just as Ouyang Ruoli was about to dodge, Lu Ying, who was nearby, coldly smiled. The fiery red whip in her jade-like hand had already accumulated power and was ready to be unleashed. It suddenly swept out at a tricky angle and instantly bound Ouyang Ruoli, who was about to escape. Ouyang Ruoli, it's not that easy to dodge. Lu Ying's pretty face was filled with complacency as she stared indifferently at Lu Ying, whose face was filled with panic. Boom! After the delay caused by Lu Ying's whip, the countless hurricanes suddenly poured down on Ouyang Ruoli's body. Ouyang Ruoli's pretty face turned deathly pale as she involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her delicate body was like a small boat that had capsized in the middle of the ocean as she flew out. Ouyang Yunta suddenly took a step forward and caught Ouyang Ruoli, who was flying back while spitting out blood. Looking at the deathly pale and dispirited Ouyang Ruoli in his arms, Ouyang Yuntu's face turned even uglier. At this moment, Ouyang Hanxian was also helped up by Ouyang Liushui. Walking to Ouyang Yuntu's side, his pale face was filled with guilt as he lowered his head in silence. The battle happened in the blink of an eye. In just an instant, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli were eliminated by the few people from the settlement city. The only one left was Zhuowen, who was holed up in the boundless sword aura. Clang! The surrounding sword-shaped spiritual treasures suddenly shrank, revealing Zhuowen's figure. At this moment, Zhuowen's brows were slightly furrowed. He didn't expect that He Hua would actually abandon him and join forces with Lu Tan to attack Ouyang Hanxian. Everything happened too quickly. Even Zhuowen didn't have time to react. Lost. It's all Zhuowen's fault. If he hadn't holed himself up like a turtle, He Hua wouldn't have abandoned him and joined forces with Lu Tan to attack Big Brother Hanxian. I knew that with him here, we would definitely lose the battle for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. Ouyang Liushui seemed to have lost his soul. However, looking at Zhuowen's back, his face was filled with anger. Ouyang Hanxian said in a rather desolate tone, "This matter can't be blamed on Brother Zhuowen. It's because the participants from the settlement city are too strong. No one expected that they would have 2 ultimate Emperor Realm experts. It's already pretty good that Brother Zhuowen was able to delay He Hua. If we were to face them head-on, we would only lose even faster. At that time, we still wouldn't be able to win. Hanxian is right. Even if we were to send you up this time, do you think you would be able to withstand He Hua's attacks? In the end, we would still lose." Ouyang Yunta gently put down the injured Ouyang Ruoli and sighed. When Ouyang Liushui heard this, her pretty face was still filled with unwillingness. However, Ouyang Yuntu and Ouyang Hanxian were right. Even if she were to go up, she wouldn't be able to change the outcome. In fact, her performance would be even worse than Zhuowen's. Don't tell me that we're just going to give the 9 extreme royal origin pool to the settlement city. Ouyang Lushui still couldn't accept the outcome of this defeat and muttered unwillingly. On one side, Ouyang Yuntu, Qiu Chou, and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, the main force, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, were both eliminated. On the other hand, the 3 from the settlement city were safe and sound. At this moment, the only person from Broken Rock City who hadn't been eliminated was Zhuowen. There was no need to look to know that their Broken Rock City would lose this round. Not to mention that Zhuowen's strength was the weakest among the 3. Even if the strongest, Ouyang Hanxian, were to face Lu Tan, He Hua, and Luing alone, the result would be certain that they would lose. City Lord Ouyang, there's no need to continue the battle royale, right? Your Broken Rock City has already eliminated 2 people. Even the strongest, Ouyang Hanxian, has been eliminated. I'm afraid there's no need to continue the battle, right? Lu Fan suddenly laughed out loud. He cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Yuntu and the others and said with ridicule. When Lu Fan's words came out, the people from the settlement city behind him also roared with laughter. There were even some people who spoke without thinking and said very unpleasant words. It was obvious that they had received Lu Fan's instructions. Hearing the wanton ridicule of Lu Fan and the others, the expressions of Ouyang Yuntu and the others became extremely ugly. Although they knew that Lu Fan and the others were doing this on purpose, their hearts were still filled with dense anger. Ouyang, it's better to admit defeat. With Zhuowen's strength, even He Hua isn't a match for him, let alone Lu Tan and Luing working together. Qiu Chou suddenly patted Ouyang Yuntu's shoulder and said somewhat helplessly. Ouyang Yuntu lightly sighed. He knew that Qiu Chou was right, but he was still very unwilling in his heart. After all, there was only a year until the Origin Energy Tower battle. If they had the 9 extreme Emperor Origin pool, with Ouyang Hanchuan's talent, he would definitely be able to reach the ultimate Emperor realm within a year. As for Ouyang Ruoli, she would be able to break through to the ultimate Emperor realm. Without the 9 extreme Emperor Origin pool, it would be very difficult to break through from the ultimate Emperor realm to the ultimate Emperor realm within a year. Wait, just when Ouyang Yuntu was about to announce his defeat, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Then, everyone's gazes converged and saw a youth surrounded by countless longswords looking straight at Ouyang Yuntu with a calm expression. City Lord Ouyang, we haven't lost this battle, have we? Wasn't this battle royale supposed to end only when one side was eliminated? I haven't been eliminated yet, so how can we be considered to have lost this battle? Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm as he spoke indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became somewhat strange. Everyone stared blankly at this calm youth as the same thought emerged in their minds. There must be something wrong with this guy's brain. With his mere Earth King strength and illusory mental energy, how could he fight against 3 opponents by himself? What is this guy doing now? He's not strong enough. Does he really want to court death? Even Big Brother Han Xian couldn't fight against 3 opponents by himself. Could this guy really do it? Ouyang Lushui clenched her pearly white teeth and couldn't help but angrily speak. In her heart, she was extremely disappointed with Zhuowen. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou furrowed their brows when they heard this. They also didn't think that Zhuowen had the strength to fight against 3 opponents by himself. After all, Lu Tan and He Hua were both half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, He Hua was even stronger than Lu Tan and was extremely close to the Ultimate Emperor Realm. The corners of Lu Fan's mouth revealed a trace of a mocking smile. He sneered and said, "Looks like this so-called arcane ceremony champion's brain isn't working well. Since this guy doesn't want to give up, then I have no reason to stop him. Let the battle royale continue." When Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou heard this, their expressions slightly changed. Just as they were about to speak up to stop him, Zhuowen suddenly turned around and said, "City Lord Ouyang, Senior Qiu, don't worry too much. Since I dare to continue the battle royale, it means that I still have the ability to protect myself. Let me continue the battle royale. Zhuowen wasn't willing to let go of something like the 9 extreme Emperor Origin Pool that could greatly increase one's strength. Although he wasn't willing to reveal his trump card, he had already reached a point where he had no other choice. Qiuqiu looked deeply at Zhuowen and sighed. All right, but if you really can't, then you'd better admit defeat. Everything is more important than your life. Since Qiuqiu had said so, Ouyang Yunta didn't say anything else. His eyes were filled with helplessness and worry. Obviously, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in this battle for the 9 extreme Emperor Origin Pool. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You want to fight against 3 people with your little strength? You must be dreaming. Lu Ying swung the fiery red whip in her hand and unceremoniously mocked Zhuowen. Her pretty face was filled with disdain. Dang, dang, dang. Zhuowen didn't answer and only coldly stared at Lu Ying. He walked towards Lu Ying step by step. His gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. Despicable brat. Die. Chapter 310. Powerful physical body staring at the fiery red whip that was pouncing towards him. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He stomped on the ground, and endless lightning immediately burst out from under his feet. At the same time, a pair of 10 feet large lightning snake wings suddenly extended from his back, and Zhuowen turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in front of Lu Ying's eyes. What? Such fast speed? Lu Ying's pretty face changed. She did not expect Zhuowen's speed to suddenly become so fast. Whiz. A gust of wind instantly whizzed over from behind Lu Ying. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she saw Zhuowen, who was wrapped in lightning, appear behind her delicate figure. No wonder you dare to fight 1 against 3. So there is this kind of secret technique to increase your speed. However, what's the use of just being fast? You, who are not strong enough, will still lose. Zhuowen's sudden increase in speed naturally caused Lu Ying to notice the lightning snake wings on Zhuowen's back. She subconsciously treated it as a secret technique. However, Zhuowen was only at the advanced Earth King stage, so Lu Ying did not put him in her eyes. With a sneer, the Yuan power on her left hand burst forth and directly welcomed the incoming Zhuowen. The cold glint in Zhuowen's eyes grew even more intense when he saw Lu Ying, who wanted to meet him head-on, heading towards him. The 5 fingers of his right hand were tightly clenched into a fist as he directly punched out. The instant he punched out, his entire arm turned into a very lustrous jade green color. Jade stone body tempering technique, 5th level. Boom! Loud noises that sounded like countless bombs suddenly rang out. Soon after, an endless amount of air waves swept out from between the 2 of them. The sneer on Lu Ying's pretty face suddenly froze. Immediately, it was replaced by a horrified expression. This was because she felt an extremely huge force being transmitted from her left hand. It was as if her left hand had struck a solid rock and was unable to move it in the slightest. How is this possible? How can this guy's strength be so strong? Lu Ying cried out in alarm. Following that, a crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly came out, and an intense pain immediately spread to her brain, only to see that her left hand was actually broken by this force. Soon after, she saw the young man with a pair of dazzling lightning wings on his back. His face was filled with a sinister chill, while the corners of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Once again, he swung his fist and heavily struck her abdomen. The powerful force immediately caused her mind to become incomparably blank. Then, her body was sent flying by the powerful force, flying towards Lu Fan. Ying spat out mouthfuls of blood, and her pretty face was extremely pale. Bang! A somewhat muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground slowly rang out. Soon after, everyone looked at Lu Ying's slender body in disbelief. She was like a kite with a broken string as she flew out and smashed onto the ground. The scene suddenly became somewhat quiet. Everyone was stunned. Although Lu Ying's strength was the weakest in the Ending city, she was still at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. Now that she was fighting one-on-one with Zhuowen, she was actually defeated in one move. He Hua and Lu Tan, who were originally planning to watch a good show from the side, were also stunned. They also did not expect that Lu Ying and Zhuowen would actually be defeated by Lu Ying, who was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. Furthermore, that Zhuowen used close combat. A dignified Arcana Master using close combat actually defeated Lu Ying, who was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, in one move. This caused the two of them to be unable to wrap their heads around it. Isn't this guy only at the advanced Earth King stage in the martial Dao? Why is his close combat so strong? Lu Tan muttered in disbelief. He Hua, who was beside Lu Tan, was much calmer. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the emerald luster on Zhuowen's arm, and said indifferently, "This Zhuowen's physical body is very strong. I'm afraid that he has cultivated a powerful body refinement technique. This guy has hidden his strength very deeply. If Ouyang Han Xian and Ouyang Ruoli had not been eliminated, this guy probably would not have revealed this move." When Lu Tan heard this, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the youth standing at his original spot with fear. To be able to defeat Lu Ying by relying on the strength of his physical body, this Zhuowen's strength was probably not weaker than an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Ouyang Yuntu, who was originally disappointed, also stared blankly at Zhuowen, who had valiantly defeated Lu Ying. Then, he noticed the emerald luster on Zhuowen's arm and said, "This is the Zhao family's Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique. It has already reached the 5th level of the emerald luster. How did this Zhuowen obtain such a body refinement technique?" This old man obtained the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique from that old bastard Zhao Qingtian. At that time, that kid needed a body refinement technique, so he gave the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique to that kid Zhuowen. However, what surprised this old man was that this kid actually managed to cultivate the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique to the 5th level. Qiu Chao's eyes narrowed as he said in surprise, "The Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique originally requires a large amount of Emperor Yuan pills to cultivate. If one wants to cultivate to the 5th level, it is simply impossible without at least 100,000 Emperor Yuan pills. That kid Zhuowen actually has so many Emperor Yuan pills on him?" This really surprised this old man. Ouyang Yunta said as he stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. "Let's continue watching. That kid Zhuowen seems to be brimming with confidence. I'm afraid that he will have a way to deal with this battle royale." Qiu Chou nodded. He was also looking at Zhuowen with anticipation. He wanted to see where Zhuowen's confidence in taking on 3 opponents came from. However, Ouyang Yunta still shook his head. Although he was rather surprised that Zhuowen was able to cultivate the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique to the 5th level, Zhuowen's cultivation level was simply too low. On the other hand, Lu Tan and He Hua were both at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. If they joined forces, they could even fight against an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. However, Zhuowen's level was still insufficient. At this moment, Lu Fan's expression was rather ugly as he looked at Lu Ying, who was being helped up by his subordinates. Lu Fan coldly said, "Lu Tan, He Hua, don't hold back anymore. Join forces and get rid of this kid." "Yes." The two of them replied in unison as they stared straight at Zhuowen. Lu Tan sneered and said, "It is quite rare for an Arcana Master to be able to cultivate his physical body to such a level. However, you will be leaving soon. This 9 Extreme Emperor Yuan pawn belongs to our Ding City. He Hua, do it." As he spoke, Lu Tan fiercely stomped on the ground and directly rushed forward. At the same time, he waved the blue feather fan in his hand and countless cold lights flashed. The feathers on the feather fan were like raindrops as they flew towards Zhuowen. Seeing that Lu Tan had directly made his move, the corners of He Hua's mouth curled up. Unwilling to be outdone, he also rushed toward Zhuowen. His right hand tightened as the huge halberd tore through the air and pierced toward Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, I said that I have a way to get you out. Therefore, you should obediently accept your death now." Seeing that the two of them had joined forces to attack him, a grave expression appeared on Zhuowen's face. The lightning snake wings on his back suddenly flapped, and his entire body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning as he disappeared from the spot. The moment Zhuowen disappeared, the rain-like blue feathers bombarded the ground where Zhuowen had just stood, creating a huge hole in the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" He Hua roared. With a flick of his right hand, the halberd in his hand was flung to the side, directly hitting Zhuowen's body in the air. Boundless sword intent block. With a cold snort, Zhuowen's mind moved, and the boundless sword intent surrounding his body instantly turned into a sword wall that blocked in front of him. Rumble. The powerful halberd slammed into the sword wall and instantly caused Zhuowen to retreat a dozen steps. The grave expression on his face became even more intense. The combination of two ultimate half-step Emperor Realm experts was indeed extraordinary. He Hua is much stronger than Lu Tan. I have to get rid of Lu Tan first. Zhuowen's figure did not stop as he continuously thought of a countermeasure. Relying on the lightning snake wings on his back, his figure seemed to have transformed into streaks of lightning in the entire arena. Numerous blurry afterimages continuously appeared in midair. Even He Hua and Lu Tan had a hard time catching him. What kind of secret technique is that lightning wings on his back? How can they be so fast? Damn it! Seeing Zhuowen turn into a blur all around him, Lu Tan's expression became extremely ugly as he secretly cursed. Don't worry. After all, this is a battle. Zhuowen can't possibly keep dodging, right? He will eventually attack. The moment he attacks will be our opportunity. One of us only needs to restrain him and directly defeat him and eliminate him. He Hua was extremely calm from the beginning until the end. Yes, that's the only thing we can do. Lu Tan slightly nodded as he vigilantly looked around. He's coming. Not long after, He Hua's eyes suddenly exploded with light. Then he raised his halberd and directly stabbed it into the air. Clang! A crisp sound abruptly rang out. A wall of swords abruptly appeared in front of the ancient halberd, following which the wall of swords instantly disintegrated into sword-shaped spiritual treasures that emitted a cold light. With 9 high-grade spiritual treasures as the core, they all landed around He Hua, forming an impenetrable prison of swords. Oh, you want to use this grade 4 Yuan array to trap me and then deal with Lu Tan? This Zhuowen is a good schemer. However, this grade 4 Yuan array has obviously not unleashed its full power. It will be very difficult to trap me. Skyquake style. Break. With a cold laugh, He Hua held the heavenly halberd in his hand. His elbow clamped on the end of the halberd and his right leg, with his left leg, as the center suddenly turned around. The huge heavenly halberd was held by his right hand and was violently flung out. The surrounding air instantly formed into a violent storm, after which it violently swept towards the surrounding sword formation. Buzz! The powerful storm actually directly broke the prison formed by the boundless sword aura. The long swords were like sailboats that had lost their landmarks in the sea as they scattered. After breaking the boundless sword aura, He Hua immediately saw that Zhuowen was actually directly charging towards Lu Tan. Zhuowen's right hand was holding a long black spear that was several feet long. Trying to fight Lu Tan head-on? This is a foolish method. He Hua sneered as he muttered. Just as He Hua had said, the Moonfiend Dragon's pine spear in Zhuowen's hand suddenly collided with Lu Tan's feather fan. As expected, the Moonfiend Dragon's pine spear was blasted flying, whereas Zhuowen was already unarmed. Brat, even your weapon was sent flying by me. You will definitely lose. Lu Tan laughed complacently. His hand was not slow as he waved his feather fan and directly slammed it towards Zhuowen's chest. Boom! Lu Tan's palm directly landed on Zhuowen's chest. With a ripping sound, Zhuowen's clothes were directly torn to shreds by a powerful force, revealing his muscular upper body. The sound of metal clashing abruptly rang out. Lu Tan was stunned for a moment before he shockingly discovered that Zhuowen's body was unknowingly covered with a glassy luster. When his palm landed on Zhuowen's body, it was as if he had hit hard steel. Jadestone Body Tempering Technique Level 6? Zhuowen, this brat, actually managed to cultivate Level 6. This brat, Ouyang Yun 2, who was watching from a distance, suddenly widened his eyes and involuntarily cried out. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.